Chapter 1039. In the afternoon, Fire City's auction began. As a large-scale auction that was held once every 3 years, the auction house was packed to the brim. Everyone present was a life and death king. Those below the life and death realm didn't even have the qualifications to enter. In a VIP room in the corner, Yi Chen sat on a soft bench that he had bought with 100 yuan stones. Taking a sip of the supreme grade wine prepared by the auction house, Yi Chen thought to himself, Vermilion Bird Starfield has countless geniuses, 100 times more than Elysium. Apart from Vermilion Bird Starfield, there are still Azure Dragon Starfield, White Tiger Starfield, and Black Tortoise Starfield. That blade artist should be called Lung Fifen, ranked 7th on the Heavenly King list. He comes from White Tiger Starfield's giant blade star. Yi Chen had already heard of the Heavenly King list. It was indeed a monstrous ranking. The Firebird Starfield's graceful prince, who had a cultivation base of 5th layer life and death realm, was only ranked 94th. And Lung Fifen was ranked 7th with a cultivation base of 4th layer life and death realm. He was a monster among monsters. Without a fight, I won't know whose battle strength is higher. Yi Chen was very clear that he was not invincible in this world. Plus, Lung Fifen's cultivation base was 1 level higher than his. Between geniuses, even the slightest bit of weakness would create an irrecoverable gap. Unlike ordinary people, Yi Chen saw an extremely frightening potential in Lung Fifen's body. This potential was like a demonic god. Once it exploded, it would definitely tear the sky and earth apart, frightening even ghosts and gods. This was also the reason why he did not dare to say that he could beat the latter for sure. On the wide auction stage, an old man in a red robe walked out. The old man's cultivation base was not weak, having reached the 3rd layer of life and death realm. Ladies and gentlemen, the Triennial Fire City auction has officially begun. Please don't make any noise, and don't leave your seats without permission. Maintain silence. The first item will now be auctioned. Without wasting any time, the red-robed elder had someone bring up the first auction item. The first auction item was a low-quality battle axe. Its entire body was crimson red, just like a soldering iron. The back of the axe was wide and flat, and the edge of the axe was as sharp as a knife. The main materials used to forge the battle axe were red copper and fire cloud stone essence. It naturally contained a powerful fire energy, and because of the size of the battle axe, it could be used for both defense and offense. The starting price was 100 source stones, and each increment must be no less than 10 source stones. In the end, this battle axe was bought by a life and death realm warrior for 260 yuan stones. The second item was a pair of extreme grade armor boots. The main material of the boots was the flying feather iron. It was not a particularly precious extreme grade metal, but with the addition of the flying feather iron, it was as light as a feather. When worn on the body, it did not take up any weight at all. Moreover, once Shen Yuan was poured into it, it would activate the flying feather iron's power, doubling the speed. It was very popular. Not long after, this pair of metal boots containing flying feather iron was auctioned off for 300 primordial stones. The third item was a jade letter containing a secret martial art. The starting price was 200 yuan stones, and it was sold for 500 yuan stones, landing in the hands of a short elder. The fourth item was also a weapon, an extreme grade mid-grade spear. The starting price was 300 yuan stones, and each increment must be no less than 10. It was bought by a life and death realm warrior who specialized in using spears for 570 yuan stones. The following items all ended up with a very high price. The highest one was a full set of extreme grade armor, which reached a shocking 2,200 yuan stones. The ninth item was a Heavenly King grade treasure pill, the Tao pattern pellet. This pellet could increase the chances of breaking through to the next realm. From the first layer to the second layer, it could increase the chances by 100%. From the second layer to the third layer, it could increase the chances by 90%. From the third layer to the fourth layer, it could increase the chances by 50%. And from the fourth layer to the fifth layer, it could increase the chances by 10%. As soon as the pellet was brought out, the whole place was shocked, and the bidding voices rose one after another. 3,000 yuan stones, 3,200 yuan stones, 3,500 yuan stones, 4,000 yuan stones. Within a couple of breaths, the price of the pellet had increased to 4,000 yuan stones, which was already the price of a small king-level battleship. There is such a pellet. It was Yi Chen's first time hearing about a pellet that could increase the chances of reaching the next realm. If he could get his hands on this pellet, he might not have 100% chance of reaching the fourth level, but he would have at least 80 to 90% chance. After all, from the third level to the fourth level, it would increase the chances by 50%, which was not something to be trifled with. However, Yi Chen also believed in one thing: pellets were only external objects. They might be able to help you for a while, but not forever. If he guessed correctly, using the pellet to increase one's cultivation would indeed make one happy for a while, but it would definitely lead to the instability of the martial arts foundation. If one wanted to reach the next realm, the difficulty would be doubled, or even several times higher. Only those life and death realm warriors who had exhausted their potential would be interested in the pellet, because without it, they might need hundreds or even thousands of years to reach the next realm. If they continued to reach the next realm, they might not be able to do it in their entire life. In that case, it would be better to use the pellet to increase their cultivation first. The pellet is a good thing, but unfortunately, we geniuses never use it. In another VIP room, Luo Yinkong said. Yuan Qing nodded. In the end, the pellet was bought by a gray-haired elder for 5,500 yuan stones. The atmosphere of the auction reached a climax, and the heated discussions continued without end. The 10th item is a Heavenly King Realm Great Blade, the Time Blade. The main material of the blade is the Time Stone. A fingernail-sized time stone is worth 100 yuan stones. This time blade has the size of half a fist. Now let the bidding begin. The starting price of the time blade is 6,000 yuan stones. Each increment must be no less than 100 yuan stones. Even Heavenly King realm weapons had different grades. A normal Heavenly King realm weapon would only be worth 3,000 to 5,000 yuan stones, but a good Heavenly King realm weapon could go as high as 10,000 yuan stones. The main material of the time blade was the time stone, which was even more powerful. It was said that once a normal person touched the time stone, they would immediately age, and after forging the blade, they would become even scarier. 7,000 yuan stones. 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. There were a lot of King Realm blade artists on the scene, and the price of the time blade instantly broke through to 10,000, 15,000. Suddenly, an emotionless cold voice was heard. It's the lifeless bladesman, Lung Fifen. So, he is here for the time blade. However, he is in the giant blade star of the White Tiger Star area, which is countless light years away from the Firebird Star. How could he know that there is a time blade here? That's simple. Recently, he must have something to do in the Vermilion Bird Star area. Then, somehow, he found out that the time blade will be auctioned in the Flamehaven City. That's right. These monster-level geniuses are mysterious and unfathomable. They like to wander around. Lung Fifen's participation caused a short silence in the auction house. The lifeless bladesman was too famous. They had to consider whether they would offend him or not, and whether it was worth it to offend the lifeless bladesman for a time blade. there were too many things to consider. 18,000 primal stones. Right at this moment, another young voice was heard. It was from the third VIP room. "Hey, it's young Master Tsangyu. When did he come back?" "He disappeared for almost 10 years. Someone recognized the voice. Young Master Tsangyu was ranked third among the top 10 talents of the Firebird Star. However, that was 9 years ago. Ever since young Master Tsangyu had been defeated by Lan Xian, there had been no news of him. Some people said that he had left the Vermilion Bird Star area to train in other places. Others said that he had found a secret realm and was cultivating there. Young Master Tsangyu was the #1 blade artist among the younger generation of the Firebird Star area. His return had caught many people off guard and made them give up on competing for the Time Blade. The lifeless Bladesman was not to be trifled with. Young Master Tsangyu was not to be trifled with either. 20,000. Lung Fifan continued to bid. 22,000. Young Master Tsangyu didn't flinch. 30,000. Lung Fifan didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately raised the price by 8,000 yuan stones. This price had already far exceeded the Time Blade's original value. Under normal circumstances, 20,000 yuan stones was the highest price it could go for. Beyond that, one could easily buy a better Heavenly King grade blade. Haha, the lifeless Bladesman is indeed generous. Young Master Tsangyu will not compete with you. However, after the auction, I will have a good fight with you. I want to see if your lifeless Bladesman's blade skills are truly lifeless and invincible. Young Master Tsangyu's laughter echoed through the entire auction house. What? Young Master Tsangyu wants to challenge the lifeless Bladesman. Lung Fifan? Isn't that too reckless? Perhaps young Master Tsangyu is confident that he won't die. It looks like after disappearing for 9 years, young Master Tsangyu plans to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. No one had any confidence in young Master Tsangyu. No matter how much he had improved, it was impossible for him to defeat Lung Fifan. However, if he could make one move, it would be enough to make him famous. The auction items were presented one after another. Soon, it was time for the 20th item, which was also the finale of the auction. The 20th item is a small Heavenly King grade battleship. The starting price is 100,000 yuan stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 yuan stones. The bidding starts now. The puppet battleship was very important. It might not be able to increase one's battle strength, and it might not be able to protect oneself, but without it, one would not be able to travel further. In the starry sky, the distance was measured in light years. If one relied on one's own Jinyuan to travel, one could only travel half a light year in 1 year, which was almost negligible. However, with the puppet battleship, one could easily travel thousands of light years or even tens of thousands of light years without any effort. The price kept rising and soon reached 150,000, 160,000. Yi Chen's voice came out of the VIP room. It's him. Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing looked in that direction. Lung Fifan, who was stroking the time blade, couldn't help but raise his head. Chapter 1040. Whether it was Luo Yinkong Yuan Qing or Lung Fifan, Yi Chen was a mysterious person, a mysterious sword artist. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew his identity. Luo Yinkong Yuan Qing was fine, but Lung Fifan was ranked 7th on the Sky King list. Apart from a few extremely mysterious geniuses, he had seen or heard of most of them. However, none of them could be connected to Yi Chen. Clearly, Yi Chen was most likely not a genius of the Heavenly King list. However, Lung Fifan was sure that most of the geniuses on the Sky King list would be instantly killed if they ran into Yi Chen. This was an instinctive feeling that could not be doubted. 170,000. The bidder was an apathetic, yellow-robed old man. His eyes were half closed, as if he was not fully awake, yet hiding an ominous glint. It's the Jingji King. He's also participating in this auction. The Jingji King was a famous king on the Firebird planet. His cultivation base was at the peak of the fifth layer of life and death realm. With his Jingji demon art, he rarely met his match. In the past countless years, the number of life and death kings who had died in his hands was uncountable. These life and death kings all died miserably, exploding from the inside out without a single drop of blood remaining. How unlucky! I originally wanted to bid for this small Sky King grade battleship. A chubby middle-aged king stood up. His expression changed several times, but in the end, he had no choice but to sit down dejectedly. Compared to the small Sky King grade battleship, his life was more important. The Jingji King was not a good person. He was a temperamental person who could not be judged with common sense. The appearance of the Jingji King caused the auction to fall into an awkward silence. The auctioneer smiled bitterly. It seemed that this small Sky King grade battleship would most likely fall into the hands of the Jingji King. Although he was unwilling, he had no other choice. Fortunately, the price had already reached 170,000, which was more or less a small profit. 180,000. In the corner of the VIP room, Yi Chen's voice came out indifferently. What boldness! He dares to go against the Jingji King. Many people looked at the VIP room where Yi Chen was, their eyes filled with admiration, as well as undetectable pity. 180,000. Good, another bid. Is there anyone who wants to continue? The auctioneer's face lit up. As long as someone increased the bid, the final price of this small Heavenly King stage battleship would definitely not be low. As for whether or not Yi Chen would attract trouble because of this, that was not something he cared about. The duty of the auction house was to ensure that every single item sold for a good price. Nothing else mattered. 190,000. At the same time, he indifferently glanced at Yi Chen, who was sitting in the corner of the room through the transparent glass. His eyes were completely open at this moment, and they were ashen white. Anyone who saw them couldn't help but feel a chill in their heart. However, Yi Chen didn't seem to notice that Jingji King was looking at him and immediately called out the price of 200,000. Young people have too big of an appetite. It's not a good thing. I'll leave this small Heavenly King warship with you, for now. Jingji Monarch took a deep look at Yi Chen, closed his eyes, and stopped bidding. So courageous, snatching the small Heavenly King warship from the Jingji Monarch. Some people shook their heads inwardly. He's still too young and doesn't know when to stop. So what if he can win the small Heavenly King warship? Offending the Jingji Monarch, he's destined to lose everything, and even his life. The pugilistic world is not that easy to survive in. No one spoke again. The auctioneer said excitedly, 200,000 going once, 200,000 going twice, 200,000 going thrice. Sold. This small Heavenly King warship now belongs to VIP room 48. Congratulations! At this point, the Fire City auction had come to a successful conclusion. However, many people knew that this was just the beginning. Before, young Master Tsangyu had said that he wanted to challenge lifeless bladesman Lung Fifen, and now Yi Chen had offended the Jingji Monarch. These two matters, no matter which one it was, were enough to pique their interest and curiosity. After paying 200,000 yuan stones, Yi Chen received 100 meters long light gold Heavenly King warship. Putting it in his supreme grade storage ring, Yi Chen turned and left the auction house. In the wilderness outside the east gate of Fire City, a huge crowd was gathered. Everyone was watching Lung Fifen and young Master Tsangyu in the sky. On a huge withered tree in the wilderness, Yi Chen lightly landed. The Jingji monarch didn't seem to have any intention of finding trouble with him. He was also watching Lung Fifan and young Master Tsangyu in the sky. He didn't care about young Master Tsangyu. Lifeless bladesman Lung Fifan was not a kind person. Even he, the Jingji monarch, had to treat him with caution. Geniuses were always envied, even if you had thousands or even tens of thousands of years of accumulation, you might not be able to compare to dozens of years of effort. The universe was an era of great geniuses. Lung Fifan, perhaps you think that I, young Master Tsangyu, am overestimating myself. But soon I'll let you know that I, young Master Tsangyu, am no longer the young Master Tsangyu from 9 years ago. The current me, even if I can't threaten you, can't be underestimated. Young Master Tsangyu's expression turned solemn. Strands of light black saber chi emitted from his body. Such a fierce saber chi. Many experts squinted their eyes. The light black saber chi on young Master Tsangyu's body was not simple. It was not an ordinary saber chi. Make your move. I'll give you one chance. Lung Fifan had no intention of drawing his saber. Okay, then I won't hold back. Young Master Tsangyu had never thought of defeating Lung Fifan. It was impossible. Lung Fifan was ranked 7th on the Sky King list. Even young Master Jinghong was far behind him. Young Master Tsangyu did not dare to say that he could defeat young Master Jinghong, let alone Lung Fifan, who was ranked 80 places higher than young Master Jinghong. He wanted to test how much he had improved in the past 9 years. He wanted to know how strong he was. He wanted to know if he could survive one attack from Lung Fifan. If he could survive this attack, it would be a great boost to his saber Dao. Roar! Unexpectedly, young Master Tsangyu did not draw his saber. He leaned back and tightened his muscles. The next moment, he was like a bow that had been stretched to its limit. Whoosh! 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 An ear-piercing sound was heard. A bright, black saber chi shot out from young Master Tsangyu's chest. As soon as the saber chi appeared, it gave everyone a great sense of danger. It was as if this saber chi was something terrifying. Saber chi in his body. Yi Chen was surprised. The black saber chi was not a normal saber chi. It was the saber chi that young Master Tsangyu had hidden in his body. This saber chi was not condensed from true essence. Instead, it was gathered from an extremely ominous aura and refined with his saber Dao will. No one knew that the reason why young Master Tsangyu had disappeared for 9 years was to look for ominous lands and absorb the ominous aura there. All of this was because of a saber Dao secret technique called the ominous saber chi. The ominous saber chi was a saber Dao secret technique created by the ominous saber emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago. This saber Dao secret technique required one to absorb a large amount of ominous chi, then use a secret technique to refine it into saber chi. Finally, it would be compatible with one's own saber Dao will, and one could only succeed after countless tempering. The ominous saber chi was divided into 3 layers. The first layer was black saber chi, the second was purple saber chi, and the third was multicolored saber chi. At the first layer, the ominous saber chi possessed enormous might. At the second layer, it could instantly kill most kings under the 7th layer. At the third layer, it could even contend against 8th layer life and death monarchs. After all, the ominous saber emperor himself was an 8th layer life and death monarch. Once the ominous saber chi was cultivated, a strand of saber chi would appear in the middle dantian of the body. This strand of saber chi would not go out of control after being shot out. It was extremely intelligent, similar to the defensive blade art. However, compared to the latter, the ominous saber chi was countless times more powerful. Relying on the ominous saber chi, Young Master Tsang, you dared to challenge lifeless bladesman Lung Fifan. Go! Under young Master Tsang Yu's control, the ominous saber chi streaked across the sky and slashed toward Lung Fifan. Not the righteous path. Lung Fifan stretched out his left hand and grabbed the ominous saber chi as if he was grabbing the sun and moon. Saber Tao is as vast as the ocean. Who can say who is righteous and who is devious? Scatter. Young Master Tsang Yu's expression remained unchanged as he spread open his right hand. Swish! Sensing each other's chi, the ominous saber chi suddenly dispersed like a black mist, breaking away from Lung Fifan's control. It then condensed once again and slashed toward Lung Fifan from the other side. The ominous saber chi could condense and disperse at will, equivalent to a treasured saber in the form of energy. However, no matter how powerful the ominous saber chi was, it couldn't break through Lung Fifan's defense. His feet slightly shifted, and his left hand once again grabbed the ominous saber chi. Almost no one could see how he moved. Scatter again. Young Master Tsang Yu roared. Clang! An astonishing scene occurred. This time, the ominous saber chi unexpectedly failed to disperse. Like a poisonous snake that had its weak spot grabbed, it continuously trembled and struggled. Impossible! Young Master Tsang, you cried out involuntarily. As expected, his control over power has already reached a higher level. He has entered an unfathomable realm. Yi Chen's eyes were very sharp. Each of Lung Fifan's 5 fingers on his left hand emitted a different power. 5 fingers represented 5 different kinds of power. The 5 kinds of power acted on the ominous saber chi, making it difficult for the ominous saber chi to disperse. These 5 fingers could even easily grab a spiritual body without a physical body. It was like the Buddha's 5-finger mountain. Take a saber strike of mine. Grabbing the ominous saber chi with his left hand, Lung Fifan's right hand turned into a palm saber. He swung his palm saber at young Master Tsang Yu from a distance. Puff! Young Master Tsang Yu didn't even have time to react. His body was split in two. Because he was wearing a top-grade artifact armor, his body didn't scatter even though it was split in two. However, it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, millions of tiny saber chi burst out from the 2 halves of young Master Tsang Yu's body. The saber chi wreaked havoc and shattered young Master Tsang Yu into nothingness. Young Master Tsang Yu didn't even have time to draw his saber. Even a palm saber strike from Lung Fifan wasn't something that young Master Tsang Yu could withstand. This was the peerless bladesman, ranked 7th on the Heaven King list. The spectators all took a cold breath and felt their bodies go cold. Chapter 1041. One blade with 2 stacks. Lifeless blade, artist Lung Fifan, truly lives up to his reputation. Silence shocked King's eyes narrowed into slits, revealing a dense apprehension in his eyes. Instant release of 2 stacks. Yi Chen also saw through the mysteries of Lung Fifan's blade palm. There were some secret arts or martial arts that would allow one's attack to contain multiple stacks, such as 2 stacks, 3 stacks, and 4 stacks. The more stacks, the more powerful the attack would be. However, strictly speaking, these could only be considered as ordinary multiple stacks, and the increase in strength was not too exaggerated. High-level multiple stacks combined multiple stacks, and with each additional stacks, the destructive power would increase by several folds. Lung Fifan's blade palm contained 2 stacks of stacks. Taking advantage of the instability of 2 stacks of stacks, he not only split open young Master Tsang Yu's body, but also shattered it into nothingness. Multiple stacks were precisely the weapon that countered the undying body. It could easily make the opponent lose all blood, making it difficult for them to revive. It was like a super bomb. Lifeless blade, artist Lung Fifan's power. I, young Master Tsangyu, have finally witnessed it. I'm far from being your opponent, but the next time we meet, I'll definitely impress you. Although young Master Tsangyu's body was shattered into nothingness by countless tiny blade chi, there was still a fingernail-sized red ball that was not shattered. When the red ball shattered, a dense blood chi pervaded the air. In the next moment, young Master Tsangyu's body reformed. Apart from his slightly pale face, there was not the slightest injury. Blood amplifying bead. No wonder you dared to challenge me. Lung Fifan said indifferently, "It's the blood amplifying bead. This is a priceless treasure." Hearing Lung Fifan's words, many people reacted. The blood amplifying bead was an extremely precious treasure. It had no other function, and its only function was to give the user an extra life. As long as one refined the blood amplifying bead into one's body and stored a certain amount of flesh and blood inside, one would not be afraid of being shattered by the enemy. This was because only 7th layer life and death realm geniuses had the ability to shatter the blood amplifying bead. Below 7th layer life and death realm, no matter how peerless one's battle strength was, it was impossible. As for hiding a strand of flesh somewhere else, such as inside a storage ring, it would not work. As long as it was separated from the body, there would be no way for it to be reborn after the death of the body. It was the law of the universe. Otherwise, if a strand of his blood was scattered everywhere, he would never be killed again. Under normal circumstances, the price of a single blood-diffusing pearl was at least 10,000 origin stones. Moreover, there was no market for it. Once it appeared, it would immediately be fought over. In other words, young Master Tsang, you had lost over 10,000 origin stones in order to challenge Lung Fifan. However, this also reflected his courage. That's right. If I didn't have the blood-amplifying pearl, I, young Master Tsangyu, would indeed not dare to challenge you. Young Master Tsang, you admitted frankly. Then he added, "Of course, you still have the chance to kill me now." "Don't worry. I said I would give you a chance. Since you didn't die, I won't kill you again unless you want to die." Lung Fifan lowered his eyes and said indifferently, "Ha, thanks a lot." A faint smile appeared on young Master Tsangyu's face. However, he still felt some lingering fear in his heart. Instantaneous release of multiple stacks was not something everyone could do even on the Heavenly King ranking. Evidently, Lung Fifan's realm was not just limited to 2 stacks. If not for the blood-diffusing pearl, the latter could have killed him several times in an instant. Lung Fifan did not leave. Instead, his gaze fell on Yichun. Although Solitary Shock King's strength is not comparable to anyone on the Heavenly King ranking, if I want to defeat him, I'll have to reveal some of my trump cards. Let me see what kind of trump cards you have. Standing in the sky, Lung Fifan's long hair fluttered like blades. As the battle between Lung Fifan and young Master Tsangyu came to an end, everyone's gazes were focused on Yichun and Solitary Shock King. Solitary Shock King's cultivation base is at the peak of 5th layer of life and death realm. This is a huge advantage. Adding on the Solitary Shock demonic art, this youngster is going to suffer a bit. With so many people here, Solitary Shock King won't be able to kill him. Who knows if this youngster has a powerful background, but he'll definitely be taught a lesson. That's not necessarily true. This youngster clearly knows that Solitary Shock King is at the peak of 5th layer of life and death realm, yet he doesn't leave. He must have some confidence in escaping unscathed. The chances are slim. The reason why he doesn't leave might be because he knows that he can't escape from Solitary Shock King. That's true. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing heard everyone's words and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Does he need to run? I'm afraid the one running away is Solitary Shock King. You'll see in a bit that this is a powerful sword artist whose strength is on par with lifeless blade artist Lung Fifan. Solitary Shock King is courting death by provoking him. Outside the East Gate, the terrifying scene of Lung Fifan and Yi Chen's confrontation was still vivid in everyone's eyes. Those crisscrossing blade scars and sword scars were proof of Yi Chen's mysterious strength. Youngster, you still have a chance. Hand over that small Heavenly King-grade battleship, and I won't pursue your offense. Solitary Shock King squinted his eyes and said coldly. Yi Chen smiled. It's in my hands. If you want it, you can name a price. If I'm satisfied with the price, I might let you have it. Name a price? Sorry, Solitary Shock King, will never make a deal with a weakling. Solitary Shock King shook his head. Make your move. You will give up. A gust of wind blew past. Yi Chen's clothes fluttered in the wind as he stood on the dead tree. Solitary demon hibernation. Solitary Shock King didn't waste time. He leaped into the air and threw out a palm attack towards Yi Chen. All of a sudden, a terrifying black smoke gushed out like 100 ghosts marching in the night. Puff! The black smoke shrouded Yi Chen and the dead tree below him. The dead tree was instantly dyed black, as if it was made of black metal. However, this black dead tree exploded into countless tiny black pieces. These tiny black pieces continued to explode, creating a chain of explosions. The solitary demon hibernation art exploded from the inside out. Its destructive power was shocking. Where is he? Did he die just like that? Not even his bones are left. Everyone was shocked to find that Yi Chen had disappeared without a trace. No one knew if he was dead or had escaped with some kind of shocking method. What a domineering demonic art. Amazing. Suddenly, Yi Chen's voice came out from the remaining black smoke. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and felt their scalps go numb. Yi Chen's figure was even more ghostly than a ghost. He was swaying left and right, and no one could catch him. Because he was so fast, he left countless overlapping afterimages, causing the black smoke to seem like it had passed through his body. He saw through Solitary Shock King's ultimate move in an instant. He magnified the weakness and stayed in the dead end. Lung Fifan's pupils shrunk to a dot. It was easy to see through the moves, but it was 10 times harder to be in the dead end. The dead end, as the name suggested, was a corner that was absolutely impervious to attacks. It was like the ocean current. If an ordinary person entered it, they would only be able to go with the flow, unable to control themselves. However, an expert in water would be able to move like a fish in water. He would be able to take advantage of the situation and stay in the gaps between the ocean currents. Solitary Shock King's move was obviously many times more complicated than the ocean current. However, Yi Chen's ability to see through the flaws was also many times stronger than an ordinary person's. It was as if Solitary Shock King's move had no secrets in his eyes. Could this be the selfless heavenly eye realm? No. The selfless heavenly eye realm is in the state of selfless consciousness. With Solitary Shock King's strength, it's impossible for him to force him to use the selfless heavenly eye realm. Countless thoughts flashed through Lung Fifan's mind. As a person who stood at the peak of the younger generation, he had seen many abilities that ordinary people couldn't see. He had used the abilities of most of the geniuses on the Heavenly King ranking, but after some comparison, there seemed to be some slight differences. I'm looking forward to the battle in the trial field of God. Lung Fifan slowly exhaled and thought to himself, when did such a powerful sword artist come to the Firebird Star? I seem to have missed many things in the 9 years I was away. Young Master Tsung Yu frowned. In the Firebird Star, the only sword artists he was wary of were young Master Jinghong and Lan Xian. Right now, He was confident that he could defeat Lan Xian, but young Master Jinghong still wasn't confident. He didn't expect another mysterious sword artist to appear. "How dare you ignore my solitary shock, devil art? You are courting death." Solitary Shock King was enraged. He turned into a black devil lightning and swept towards Yi Chun. Since his opponent's movement skill and eyesight were powerful, he would use close combat to defeat his opponent. With the obstruction of the atmosphere, Solitary Shock King's instantaneous burst of speed could only reach over 2,000 times his original speed. In such a short distance, he couldn't increase his speed to his limit, but it was enough. In a flash, Solitary Shock King arrived in front of Yi Chun. He raised his right hand and chopped towards Yi Chun's head. Just as Yi Chun was about to be chopped by the palm, suddenly a powerful sword aura burst out from Yi Chun's body. This sword aura disappeared in a flash, and Solitary Shock King's body was frozen for a moment. Chi, a sword light flashed, and Solitary Shock King's head flew up. "I won't kill you this time." Yi Chun didn't plan to kill Solitary Shock King in front of so many people. He had just arrived here and didn't want to stir up too much trouble. After all, there were some people on Fiery Bird Star who could kill him. For example, the City Lord of Fiery Fire City, Mystic Emperor Fiery Fire, could kill him 100 times over. Who knew if there was a powerful figure behind Solitary Shock King? Hiss! Gasps resounded one after another. Nobody knew why Solitary Shock King paused for a moment. It seemed to have something to do with that sword aura. Although they couldn't see through it, it didn't hinder them from understanding Yi Chun's strength. After all, Solitary Shock King was a 5th-layer life and death expert, while Yi Chun was only 3rd-layer life and death expert. Skipping 2 layers and insta-killing Solitary Shock King was too exaggerated. Interesting, he is one of us. Lung Fifen's face revealed an undetectable smile. With a swoosh, he turned around and left. His speed grew faster and faster until he disappeared into the horizon. "It seems like I'm still far from being strong enough. Young Master Tsang, you also left." He had to make preparations for the upcoming battle in the Divine Trial Field. At that time, it would be the time for the Starry Sky geniuses to shine. After reconnecting his head, Solitary Shock King knew that he had bitten off more than he could chew. He didn't say anything and quickly left the place, cutting a sorry figure. Chapter 1042. It had already been a month since the auction had ended. During this month, Yi Chun's story had spread out in the Firebird planet. Everyone was guessing which life star this young man had come from. They did not think that Yi Chun was from the Firebird planet. Otherwise, how could they not have heard of such a genius in all these years? However, ever since that day, Yi Chun had suddenly disappeared without a trace, just like how he had suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Elysium, the king-grade forbidden place, the desolate mountain. I did not expect that a super earthquake would happen in the desolate mountain, and the whole mountain had sunk in. It should be dozens of miles deep. But the desolate chi down there is so rich. There must be some desolate stones. Although it had been almost 2 years since the disaster of the foreign races had ended, no one had relaxed. They were very clear that if their own power was not enough, and the overall power of Elysium was not enough, it would still be invaded by the demons and the evil spirit race. Only by continuously increasing their own power could they protect Elysium and the billions of creatures in Elysium. And the key to the desolate star, the desolate stone, was without a doubt the easiest thing for them to increase their power. Right then, there were a lot of life and death realm warriors in the desolate mountain looking for the desolate stone. They did not immediately go down to explore, but instead left the desolate mountain and spread the news to the others. The disaster of the foreign races had made them extremely united, throwing away their old grudges and selfishness. 1 week later, I got a desolate stone. I got one too. So many desolate stones. There is no need to worry about not having enough. Everyone can get one. The number of desolate stones under the desolate mountain was beyond everyone's imagination. Finally found the desolate stone. Murong Qingchen was holding a complete desolate stone in her hand, a smile appearing on her face. Not far away, Su Jing was also holding a piece. Shoo! Shoo! 2 figures flashed past. Duguju and Snow Sword of Gojoseon landed on a strange rock, each holding a desolate stone. Obtaining the desolate stone meant that they were 1 step closer to Yi Chun. One day, they would enter the universe and embark on their own journey. This was a weapon shop on Fire City's West Street. This weapon shop only had 3 floors, and compared to the other weapon shops on 4 or 5 floors, it was much smaller. The shop was also a bit shabby. The signboard was new, and there were 4 large golden words on it, Falling Dust Sword Pavilion. There was also a sword and a leaf symbol on the bottom right corner. There was a shopkeeper and dozens of employees in the shop. Shopkeeper, what kind of person do you think our owner is? Other weapon shops usually have low-grade weapons on the 1st floor, mid-grade weapons on the 2nd floor, upper-grade weapons on the 3rd floor, and only semi-extreme grade weapons on the 4th floor. Although our weapon shop is just a normal weapon shop with only 3 floors, we can't possibly have semi-extreme grade weapons on the 1st floor. One of the shop assistants on the 1st floor was puzzled. The shopkeeper explained, perhaps the owner is trying to attract customers. Attract customers? I don't think so. The shop assistant shook his head. Although my eyesight is not as good as yours, I can still tell that the half-step extreme grade swords on the 1st floor are not much better than the other half-step extreme grade swords. However, the price is 2 times, or even 3 times higher. I think the owner doesn't plan to sell these half-step extreme grade swords at all. The shopkeeper was an elder with a clean look. He touched his beard and said mysteriously, "You only see the surface, but not the essence. The semi-extreme grade swords on the 1st floor are 2 times, or even 3 times more than the others, but the pseudo-extreme grade swords on the 2nd floor are 2 times more than the others. As for the extreme grade swords on the 3rd floor, the owner only put them out, but did not mark the price. He said that he would not sell them for now. Although I do not know what the owner's goal is, I am sure he has his own plans. Listening to you, it does make sense. No wonder the owner would ask you to be the shopkeeper. This shop assistant was very impressed by the shopkeeper, but was also very curious about the owner. All right, asking so much is not good for you. Go and clean the 1st floor again." As he said that, the shopkeeper let out a sigh. After so many days, there were quite a lot of customers, but not a single sword had been sold. To be honest, he could not figure out the owner's plan either. Right at that moment, 2 customers walked in. "Sir, please come in." The shopkeeper came to greet them personally. All the swords on the 1st floor are semi-extreme grade swords. Your weapon shop seems to be different from the others. One of the customers looked over and saw that the 1st floor was filled with colorful swords. With a rough look, there were hundreds of them. Although they were not out of their scabbards, they still gave off a cold and sharp feeling. The other customer nodded, but soon he touched his chin and said, "Something is not right. The semi-extreme grade swords here are so expensive. They are at least 2 times more expensive than the others." "Shopkeeper, what is going on? Is this some random price?" The shopkeeper forced a smile. "Dear customers, this is the price that our owner has set. I don't know what his intention is, but I, Zhang Fingyi, can guarantee that these semi-extreme rank swords are all genuine. As for the 2nd floor, there are also pseudo-extreme rank swords, and some of them are even better than the ones from other shops." "Oh, really?" Let's go and have a look. The two followed the shopkeeper to the second floor. The swords on the second floor were 70% less than the first floor, only about 70 to 80. Just as the shopkeeper had said, the second floor was full of pseudo-extreme grade swords. The moment they entered, they could feel the cold sword chi in their faces. Anyone below the Sea of Souls realm would not be able to handle it. Therefore, the most basic requirement for a shop assistant was Sea of Souls realm cultivation. The other pseudo-extreme grade swords are normal, but these dozens of pseudo-extreme grade swords are definitely top of the line. But the price seems to be twice as expensive, more than 100 yuan stones. Spending more than 100 yuan stones to buy a pseudo-extreme grade sword. I might as well spend a little bit more to buy a low-extreme grade sword. Shopkeeper, who is your owner? Don't tell me he is making fun of customers? To be honest, the two were quite interested in these dozens of swords. The sword intent contained within them was actually attributed sword intent, which was extremely powerful. Its power was at least several times that of normal pseudo-extreme grade swords. However, they were too expensive and not worth it at all. After all, a normal pseudo-extreme grade sword would only cost a dozen yuan stones, and a high-grade one would cost no more than 50 yuan stones. As for the top-grade ones, they would cost at most 8 to 10 yuan stones. The shopkeeper remembered the owner's words, telling him to bring the customers to the third floor no matter what. He smiled. It is indeed a bit expensive, but I think the price will be lowered in the future. You two, there are still some extreme grade swords on the third floor. Although they are not for sale, you two can go take a look. When they are sold in the future, you can buy them before others. All right, I am convinced by your owner. Bring us to the third floor. I want to see how many extreme grade swords there are. The two had already given up on buying swords in this shop. If it were not for the fact that the extreme grade swords were too attractive, they would not even want to go to the third floor. There were only 5 extreme grade swords on the third floor. Cutting Star, low extreme grade. Horizontal Flow, low extreme grade. Blue Sea, mid-extreme grade. Crack Gold, mid-extreme grade. Cold Moon, high extreme grade. Fuck, there are even high extreme grade swords here. The sword intent contained on them has actually reached the 6th step. The two were dumbfounded. Their cultivation bases were not low, being at the first layer of life and death realm. They happened to be lacking an extreme grade sword. After visiting so many weapon shops, most of them did not have any extreme grade swords. Occasionally, they would come across one, but the quality was ordinary. Therefore, they planned to get a pseudo-extreme grade sword for now, and then buy it when they came across an extreme grade sword that they liked. I'm comprehending Metal Profound and Wind Profound. These 2 metal attribute swords are suitable for me. The metal and water attribute Cold Moon is even better. I'm comprehending Water Profound and Wood Profound. Horizontal Flow and Blue Sea are also suitable for me. Cold Moon is indeed good, but with my wealth, I can't afford it even if I sell my entire family's fortune. Upon reaching life and death realm, one would usually train 2 profounds. As long as the weapon's attribute matched one of them, it would be fine. Of course, there were also people who, in order to match their own profounds, would spend a lot of money to hire peak extreme grade blacksmiths to forge weapons for them. These weapons were usually compound attributed weapons, which meant that they contained more than 2 attributes. Gentlemen, my boss said that every week or so there will be a new supreme grade treasure sword here. When the number of supreme grade treasured swords reaches a certain number, he will start to sell them. The shopkeeper repeated his master's words. What a pity he's not selling now. Fine, I'll remember this weapon shop. Falling Dust Sword Pavilion, right? The 2 of them stared fixedly at the 5 top-grade treasured swords, wanting nothing more than to snatch them away. Naturally, this was only what they thought in their hearts. Any weapon shop would have countless formations and restrictions set up. Once these restrictions were activated, not only would they be trapped, they would also attract the attention of the city guards of Livefire City. At that time, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. After a week, a blue-robed youngster walked out from the backyard of the weapon shop. "Boss." "Greetings, boss." The shopkeeper and the staff bowed toward Yi-Chun. "Thank you for your hard work." Yi-Chun nodded and walked toward the third floor. "On the third floor, right now, my success rate of forging swords below the Heavenly King realm has reached 100%. In 3 months, I should be able to open for business." Taking out 2 extreme grade swords from his storage ring, Yi-Chun hung them on the wall. If someone were here, they would definitely be shocked. 100% success rate. This was already a Heavenly King realm swordsmith. Only Heavenly King realm swordsmiths could achieve 100% success rate when forging swords below the Heavenly King realm. And which of those Heavenly King realm swordsmiths hadn't lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? However, in comparison, Yi-Chen's speed was even more terrifying. A week ago, the shopkeeper had said that there would be 1 more extreme grade sword on the 3rd floor every week. But this week, Yi-Chun had actually taken out 2 extreme grade swords. This was simply unheard of. Even for a Heavenly King realm swordsmith, when forging swords below the Heavenly King realm, it would take about a month to forge one. The slower ones might even take 2 months. If it was too fast, it would be easy to fail or waste the quality of the materials. 2 swords a week. This speed was more than 8 times that of other Heavenly King realm swordsmiths. Chapter 1043. The 2 newly forged swords were purple gold and blue gold. The purple gold one was called Purple Soul, a mid-supreme grade sword. The blue gold one was called Sky One, a high supreme grade sword. Purple Soul's sword contained the metal attribute. Sky One sword contained the metal and water attribute, the same as Cold Moon sword. Strictly speaking, he was only a Heavenly King grade swordsmith in terms of metal and water attributes. If it were any other attribute, he wouldn't be able to guarantee 100% success rate. Of course, as his sword forging technique improved, although he hadn't started forging swords of other attributes yet, his success rate would also increase. Sword forging technique was the same. A row of 7 swords of different colors. Yi-Chun nodded in satisfaction. He was currently in dire need of Yuan stones because of the small Heavenly King grade battleship. And this weapon shop, the small Heavenly King grade battleship speed was 3 times that of a small King grade battleship, and its consumption of Yuan stones was 10 times that of the former. If the distance was short, it would be fine. However, if the distance was like the journey from Elysium to Firebird Star, which was close to 1,000,000 light years, it would consume several thousand Yuan stones. In the starry sky, there was an industry called the ride industry. The majority of life and death kings who couldn't afford a puppet battleship had no choice but to ride a puppet battleship. Under normal circumstances, riding a king-grade battleship for 10,000 light years would cost 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 1/5 of a Yuan stone. Riding a Heavenly King grade battleship for 10,000 light years would cost 2 Yuan stones. Although it didn't seem like much, it was a huge profit for this industry. After all, they couldn't just carry a single customer. A large battleship could carry 5,000 people. In this way, even a journey of 10,000 light years would yield a profit of 1,000 Yuan stones, or 10,000 Yuan stones. A journey of 100,000 light years would yield 10,000 Yuan stones, or even 100,000 Yuan stones. However, the battleship's consumption was less than 1% of that. Yi-Chun had bought the small Heavenly King stage battleship for the sake of convenience, as it was impossible for him to carry people out. As such, he had to bear all the costs by himself. For every million light years, he would use up over 1,000 source stones. Ever since he had bought the small Heavenly King battleship, Yi Chen only had about 100,000 source stones left. Every time he used it, it would be less. In order to not have to worry about lacking source stones in the future, Yi Chen could only try his best to earn as many as he could in the early stages. As for this weapon shop, Yi Chen was renting it. Because the shop's business was not good, the previous owner rented it to Yi Chen for 3,000 yuan stones per year. Since Life and Death Kings had a lifespan of 100,000 years, it was impossible to rent it for only 1 or 2 years. Either they didn't rent it at all, or they had to rent it for more than 50 years. Yi Chen had 150,000 yuan stones on him, so he rented it for 50 years. After renting the weapon shop, Yi Chen's wealth had almost been looted clean. Now, he could only rely on selling swords to earn primordial stones. It was not easy to run a weapon shop. For this reason, Yi Chen took a shortcut. He bought several hundred semi-extreme grade swords from the market and placed them on the first floor as a front. Moreover, he set the price very high, 2 or 3 times that of other weapon shops. This was because he had no intention of selling them in the first place. He only wanted to put on a front and leave a deep impression on the customers, making them remember Falling Flower Sword Pavilion. As for the pseudo-extreme grade swords on the second floor, most of them were bought. Only a dozen of them were forged by him, and their prices were also very high. His goal was the third floor. He was very clear that no matter how well the semi-extreme grade swords sold, they wouldn't be able to make much money. Moreover, he didn't have the time to forge semi-extreme grade swords. As far as he was concerned, only supreme grade swords could earn him a huge amount of yuan stones. However, a few supreme grade swords wouldn't last long and wouldn't help him build up his reputation. Therefore, he thought of an idea. He wouldn't sell the supreme grade swords for now, but put them there for others to see, letting them know that there were a lot of supreme grade swords here, and each one of them was extraordinary. Moreover, he wouldn't sell them for the time being. When there were more of them, it would naturally cause a huge commotion. At that time, Falling Flower Sword Pavilion's reputation would be established. Even if Yi Chen raised the price very high, as long as it wasn't outrageous, there would still be people fighting to buy it. After all, not everyone was an extreme grade sword forger like Yi Chen, who was a life and death realm sword artist with the destruction and immortal sword intents. Without exaggeration, most of the extreme grade sword forgers were only at Sea of Souls realm and couldn't compare to Yi Chen at all. However, the truly powerful sword artists didn't have much time to waste on forging swords. Of course, for other sword artists, forging swords might be a waste of time, but for Yi Chen, it was a time to strengthen his foundation. The speed at which a person digested knowledge was limited. Why were some people who had accumulated knowledge for thousands or even tens of thousands of years not able to compare to geniuses? It was because their speed of absorbing knowledge was far slower than geniuses. However, even geniuses couldn't be infallible and make use of all the useful knowledge. The process of Yi Chen forging swords was also the process of digesting knowledge. Those details that he had overlooked in the past, as well as the comprehension that he had missed, would slowly appear in Yi Chen's mind. Then, after thousands of refinements, they would become Yi Chen's foundation, his foundation. Not to mention anything else, ever since he had arrived at the Firebird Star and successfully forged 7 extreme grade swords, Yi Chen felt that his Sword Dao realm had increased by a lot. Before, he had merely reached the initial stage of no sword in hand and no sword in heart. But now, he had already reached the middle stage of this realm. When he attacked, there wouldn't be any fluctuations in his mind. Moreover, because his mind was free of distracting thoughts, the speed of his attacks had become even faster and more focused. The improvement of Sword Dao realm was also a great help in exerting one's strength. Although Yi Chen had stepped into the palace of strength control very early on and had advanced by leaps and bounds to a point where he couldn't even grasp his limits, no matter how good his strength control was, it still required the coordination of sword Dao. This was because Yi Chen was first and foremost a sword artist. In other words, strength control was the foundation of the foundation, and sword Dao was to use this foundation in the form of sword Dao to display 100%, or even 200%. The higher one's sword Dao realm was, the more one could display the advantage of strength control. In addition, Yi Chen found that forging swords could also train his sword intent. He had the destruction and immortal sword intents. During the battle with the Troll Emperor, the immortal sword intent had broken through to the 7th step, while the destruction sword intent had remained at the peak of the 6th step. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few years or even dozens of years to upgrade the destruction sword intent to the 7th step. After all, the destruction sword intent was the strongest sword intent, which was much harder to upgrade than the ordinary sword intent. But now, he had a feeling that if he continued to forge more extreme grade swords, the destruction sword intent would reach the 7th step even faster. At that time, if the destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were both at the 7th step, they would resonate, and both would advance rapidly. It should be known that the 7th step immortal sword intent already gave Yi Chen the sword intent protection ability. The 7th step destruction sword intent would definitely have a huge breakthrough in terms of offensive power. Chapter 1044. The extreme grade metal Yi Chen had purchased in Blue Leaf City was enough to forge 300 to 400 extreme grade swords. Among them, the metal and water attributed materials made up about 1/5 of the total, which was about 70 extreme grade swords. Apart from the slightly higher failure rate in the beginning, the success rate in the later stages was 100%. Therefore, with this 1/5 of the materials, Yi Chen had forged 54 extreme grade swords in total. Among them, 25 were low grade, 22 were mid grade, and 7 were high grade. It was not only because of Yi Chen's improvement in the later stages, but also because of the quality of the materials. The more powerful the sword, the better the materials needed. The weaker the sword was, the better the materials would be. When there were 54 extreme grade swords on the 3rd floor, another 4 months had passed. Subtracting the previous 7 swords, Yi Chen had forged an average of 12 swords in a month. If this were to be spread out, it would shake the entire Fire Bird Star, no, the entire Vermilion Bird Star region. 12 swords in a month meant 144 swords in a year and 1,440,000 swords in 10,000 years. Even if only 10,000 years of one's life were spent on forging swords, one would be able to create hundreds of millions of swords, and this was under the condition that one's level did not increase. Fire City was extremely vast, occupying an area of a few thousand li naturally. The majority of the area was the outer city. The inner city only occupied an area of about 100 li, and the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion, which was located on the western main street of the inner city, had become extremely popular recently. All the life and death swordsmen living in Fire City basically knew that the Falling Flower Sword Pavilion had a large number of peak-grade swords that had yet to be sold. These swords were all of extremely high quality, containing either a powerful immortal sword intent or a destructive sword intent. They were many times more valuable compared to other swords of the same grade. Hifeng, have you heard? Mr. Falling Dust Sword will start selling those extreme grade swords next week. However, there is a rule in the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion, and that is if the profounds do not match the extreme grade swords, they will not be sold to him. Your profounds just happen to include the water profounds, which is completely in line with the rules. Inside a tea house, 2 life and death realm warriors were chatting. They are going to be sold next week. That's great. A look of joy appeared on the middle-aged man's face. 2 months ago, He had gone to the Fallout Sword Pavilion. He had been waiting for the day the top quality sword would be sold because he had his eyes on the Tsanhai sword. At the same time, everyone was talking about the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion. A week passed by quickly, and the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion immediately became the center of the West Main Street. Hundreds of Life and Death Realm sword artists came and went. Among them, 80% didn't cultivate metal profound or water profound, but the remaining 20% still amounted to nearly 100 people. 54 supreme grade swords on the third floor were completely sold in half an afternoon. 54 top-grade swords cost me a total of 46,000 primordial stones. Why do I feel like I've made a loss? Yichen smiled bitterly. In the universe, low-grade supreme-grade weapons were usually sold for 200 to 300 primordial stones. Mid-grade supreme-grade weapons were 500 to 700 primordial stones, and high-grade supreme-grade weapons were 1,000 to 1,500 primordial stones. On average, a low-grade supreme-grade sword could be sold for 400 primordial stones. 25 of them would be 10,000 primordial stones. 1,000 primordial stones for 1,000 primordial stones. 22 of them would be 22,000 primordial stones, and high-grade supreme-grade swords would be 2,000 primordial stones. 7 of them would be 14,000 primordial stones, making it a total of 46,000 primordial stones. It didn't seem like a lot, but it wasn't a loss at all. Instead, it was a huge profit. Yi Chun had spent 20 to 30,000 primordial stones to buy the materials, but he had only used about a fifth of them. The top-grade swords made from this fifth of the materials were sold for 46,000 primordial stones. Not only did he earn back the cost of the materials, he also earned about 20,000 primordial stones. With these 46,000 primordial stones, Yi Chun didn't lack primordial stones for the time being. As for spending 150,000 primordial stones to rent the weapon shop, that was something he had no other choice. After all, he had to plan for the future. This famous weapon shop was like a mother hen constantly producing primordial stones. If he didn't rent the weapon shop, even though 150,000 primordial stones seemed like a lot, it would be used up one day. At that time, he wouldn't even have enough primordial stones to rent the weapon shop. Right now, I have a 100% success rate in forging metal and water attribute top-grade swords, but I haven't forged a Heavenly King Stage sword yet. To forge a Heavenly King Stage sword, the main material must be Heavenly King Stage. Let's go to the 5 elements land first. That is the most violent place on the Firebird star, and it has nurtured countless kinds of metal materials. Yi Chun liked to finish everything he did. Successfully forging a metal and water attribute Heavenly King Stage sword was his first destination. White Tiger Star Field. In the deep starry sky near the giant blade star, a sabersman and a swordsman were facing off against each other, and there were 2 young people watching from the side. The sabersman was the lifeless sabersman, Lung Fifen. The swordsman was a young man dressed in blue, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. However, his blue clothes were different from Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's was sky blue, while his was azure blue. The 2 young people watching the battle were a man and a woman. The man had broad shoulders and a slim waist, and a pair of wolf-like eyes. Obviously, he was not human. The woman had a voluptuous body and was as beautiful as spring water. She wore a green dress and carried a hexagonal short stick on her back. She looked both heroic and flirtatious. These 4 people were all monstrous geniuses on the Heavenly King list, not to mention Lung Fifen. The swordsman in blue was the flawless swordsman. Zhao Wuk ranked 11th on the Heavenly King list. The inhuman young man was the strange Speed Wolf King, ranked 14th on the Heavenly King list. The beautiful woman in green was the violent queen Yan Feihua, ranked 8th on the Heavenly King list. Zhao Wuk, the divine trial field is about to open. You don't have to fight me now. Lung Fifan said, I said that we will fight in 3 years. Now, 3 years have passed. Zhao Wux's eyes were sharp, and they could see through everything. Are you sure you want to challenge me now? I am afraid that you will lose to me again, and it will hurt your spirit. Why don't you save your energy and wait for the divine trial field to open? Lung Fifan did not want to fight Zhao Wux. Zhao Wux seems to be underestimated. Yan Feihua smiled like a flower. Zhao Wux is quite stubborn. He didn't challenge anyone else but Lung Fifan. The divine trial field is about to open. Who would want to expose too many trump cards? The strange Speed Wolf King shook his head. Make your move. Zhao Wux did not waver. He had lost to Lung Fifan 3 years ago. 3 years later, he had to fight Lung Fifan no matter what. Lung Fifan was his shackle. Only by breaking this shackle could he improve faster. All right, be careful. Seeing that he could not dissuade Zhao Wux, Lung Fifan's eyes gradually turned cold. His emotionless eyes were like those of a demon god. It made Yan Feihua and the strange Speed Wolf King, who were standing far away, become serious. This was the real Lung Fifan. Once he got serious, he would be like a demon god. Clang! Zhao Wux took the initiative to draw his sword. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of Lung Fifan as if he had teleported. He slashed down with his sword. This sword attack was extremely fast and flawless. Dang! Lung Fifan drew his blade as well. He waved his blade and blocked Zhao Wux's sword. The blade chi and sword chi merged together, shattering a small star nearby into pieces. It has begun. Yan Feihua and the strange Speed Wolf King did not blink their eyes. There was a reason why Zhao Wux was called the flawless sword artist. His sword art seemed to be flawless. Be it speed, power, or accuracy, they were all amazingly unified. When the three were unified, the destructive power would be extremely shocking. Even Lung Fifan did not dare to be careless. Compared to Zhao Wux's sword art, Lung Fifan's blade art was not any weaker. However, different from Zhao Wux's, Lung Fifan mainly focused on speed and power. His blade was like a rolling thunder that could steal people's souls. As for accuracy, he had completely ignored it. For him, balance meant mediocrity. Dang, dang, dang. Sparks bloomed like fireworks, lighting up the sky. The battle between Lung Fifan and Zhao Wux had quickly reached its climax. Even Yan Feihua and the strange Speed Wolf King had to pay full attention to the battle. Zhao Wux, you are still lacking a bit. The blade light was like a waterfall. Lung Fifan sent Zhao Wux flying with a single slash. Both of his hands were numb. Zhao Wux was sent flying thousands of li away before he managed to stop himself. Lung Fifan, the battle is not over yet. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Zhao Wux's body. This aura flashed for a second and eventually merged with Zhao Wux's body. In the next second, Zhao Wux's long hair grew longer, and his pupils turned into a focused silver color, giving off a feeling that he had forgotten himself, yet was extremely self-centered. The power was condensed into a single point. Selfless state. It's the selfless state, no wonder, Yan Feihua and the strange Speed Wolf King exclaimed. So, you have also comprehended the selfless state. No wonder you are so confident. However, I have already comprehended the selfless state during our last battle, but you failed to force me to use my true strength. A terrifying aura burst out from Lung Fifan's body as well, making him look like a demon god. His long hair grew much longer, and his pupils were a deep silver color. The aura of his power did not leak out, but was completely concentrated within his body. Let's continue. The selfless state represented extreme single-mindedness. Zhao Wuk was not affected by Lung Fifen's words at all. His figure dashed forward at a rapid speed, attacking Lung Fifen. This time, the battle was extremely intense, as if it was in another dimension. The speed and strength of the two had increased by a few times. Most of the time, one could not even see their figures. One could only see the sparks from the clashing of the saber and the sword, accompanied by the shattering of small stars lighting up the sky. Not only does the selfless state allow one to utilize their potential effectively, but it also allows them to unleash their power to an unprecedented level due to their instincts. Each of their attacks is extremely destructive. However, it seems like Zhao Wuk's selfless state is still a lot weaker than Lung Fifen's. Yan Feihua analyzed. How exciting! I can't wait to go up and fight. The strange Speed Wolf King licked his lips. You will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Yan Feihua rolled her eyes. Chapter 1045. Not fast enough, not strong enough. Zhao Wuk, if you want to defeat me, your current strength is far from enough. Bring out more of your true strength, or the battle will end very soon. Lung Fifen held his saber with one hand, fighting with ease. Each slash gave the impression of a star exploding or a heavenly river pouring down. Zhao Wuk was completely submerged in his saber aura, drifting along with the flow. Both of us have reached the selfless state, but Zhao Wuk is still lacking. The only reason why he could last until now is because of his precise sword arts. Yan Feihua placed her right index and middle finger on her nose. Her eyes were focused, watching every detail of the battle between Lung Fifen and Zhao Wuk. Violent lady, you've also comprehended the selfless state, the oddly fast Wolf King asked, in surprise. Yan Feihua smiled seductively. Do you really think that Yan Feihua, can't comprehend the selfless state? You humans are truly freaks. Your life form isn't that high, but your comprehension is so strong. I still don't know what the selfless state is. The oddly fast Wolf King wore a helpless expression. You don't rely on your comprehension to make a living. Plus, after so many years, you should have refined a lot of beast essence by now. I really can't hide anything from you. The oddly fast Wolf King chuckled, but his heart shivered. Although Yan Feihua was called the Violent Queen, she was not a muscular woman. Her eyesight was just as violent. Azura slash. Raising his saber up high, Lung Fifen slashed down. This slash had abandoned all pretentiousness, all honor and disgrace. This slash was purely a slash meant for slaughter. Once the slash was unleashed, it would only be for the sake of killing, without any external factors. This was the Azura slash, a slash with no emotions. Such a terrifying slash. Is Lung Fifen going to kill Zhao Wuk? Yan Feihua was shocked. His soul shivered. Every single cell in Zhao Wuk's body could feel the terror and mercilessness of this slash. He strongly felt that if he did not break through now, he would die under this slash. It was not without reason that Lung Fifen's saber art was said to be lifeless, where even ghosts and gods could not escape from it. Uncontrollably, the billions of cells in Zhao Wuk's body began to squirm, spewing out immense power. It was as if they were operating in an overload. All of this power gathered in Zhao Wuk's brain before spreading out in all directions. In the next instant, Zhao Wuk felt as if he had been struck by an electric current. His soul felt transparent, and everything slowed down in his eyes. Rumble! The saber light and sword chi exploded, and Zhao Wuk was sent flying back while coughing up blood. The saber light had already been shattered, but the saber aura was still suppressing him like an illusory saber. Chi. On Lung Fifen's cheek, a wisp of blood floated up, and a thin sword mark appeared there at a sharp angle. As expected of the flawless swordsman, at the critical moment, You have reached the edge of the selfless heavenly eyes realm. Putting his saber back into its sheath, Lung Fifan revealed a faint smile. Just now, if Zhao Wuk had not broken through, he would not have been able to block that attack. Even if that attack could not kill him, it would have made him lose more than 90% of his power. However, there were no ifs. Zhao Wuk had reached this realm after all. Not only had he neutralized 70% of the Azura Chop's power, but he had also counterattacked, causing the sword Qi to graze his cheek. This time, the god's test field will be quite lively. Yen Fei Hua's eyes flashed with excitement. How could she not see that Zhao Wuk had already reached a higher level of the selfless heavenly eyes realm? The selfless heavenly eyes did not only strengthen the eyes, but also the senses of the whole person, such as the five senses. It should be known that all of a person's actions depended on the five senses. Everything in the world had a flaw. Although it seemed like there was no flaw, it was actually because one's realm was not high enough. When the five senses reached a certain level, nothing could hide from one's perception. Cough. A few thousand li away, Zhao Wuk coughed out mouthfuls of blood. His body was on the verge of breaking into pieces, covered with deep cuts. These cuts kept on wriggling. In a short period of time, it was impossible for him to recover with his immortal body. The destructive saber intent and saber chi contained in the cuts were still present. What an impressive Azura Chop! Zhao Wuk raised his head and fixed his gaze on Lung Fifan. Lung Fifan said, "Being able to survive my Azura Chop, you can barely be considered as one of my strong opponents. However, if you really want me to go all out, you'll have to at least reach the selfless heavenly eyes realm. Otherwise, I'll kill you for real next time." As the last sentence was spoken, it was as if a demonic figure had appeared behind Lung Fifan. Still not going all out. Zhao Wuk had no idea how much of Lung Fifan's strength had been used, but he still had to thank him. Without the pressure from Lung Fifan, he would not have been able to reach the selfless heavenly eyes realm so early. What an exciting battle. Lung Fifan, I'm looking forward to fighting you in the divine trial field. Zhao Wuk, you'll be even stronger the next time we meet. Otherwise, it'll be boring if you only have a few opponents. Yen Fei Hua had already left, her voice reverberating in the same place. She's moving so fast. Why do I feel like I might not be able to suppress her in terms of speed? The eccentric Wolf King rubbed his chin as his body gradually faded. See you two at the divine trial field. In the next second, his body turned into nothingness. Before leaving, Lung Fifan said to Zhao Wuk, "I've met an interesting swordsman on the Firebird Star. I'm not sure if he has comprehended the selfless heavenly eyes realm, but his ability in this aspect is not simple. Don't be careless when you meet him. Oh, right, he's wearing sky blue clothes." Whoosh! Lung Fifan left. A swordsman in sky blue clothes? Zhao Wuk was slightly more cautious. If Lung Fifan said he was not simple, then he must be. The land of five elements was located in the extreme west of the Firebird Star. With the help of the star shrinking device, Yi Chun soon confirmed the location of the land of five elements and drove the Golden Phantom there. Golden Phantom was the name Yi Chun had given to the small Heavenly King-grade battleship. In fact, the speed of the Golden Phantom on the Firebird Star was not even as fast as Yi Chun. Under the obstruction of the atmosphere, the larger the body, the greater the obstruction. The Golden Phantom was almost 100 meters long and 12 meters wide. Although it was streamlined and could reduce the obstruction of the atmosphere to a certain degree, it was still far from the human body. However, the diameter of the Firebird Star was only 27 million miles. Being a bit faster or slower wouldn't make much difference. Riding the Golden Phantom would save him a bit of Zhen Yuan. the interior of the Golden Phantom was extremely luxurious. Inside the hall, Yichen was enjoying the scenery outside the cabin while drinking the wine. He had been forging the sword for half a year, and it had been a long time since he felt this relaxed. After finishing a bottle of wine, they arrived at the land of 5 elements. The Golden Phantom was shaking violently. Exiting the cabin, Yichen went outside and saw an earth-shattering 5-colored wind blowing over. The 5-colored wind could melt gold and bones, and only life and death kings could resist it. Putting away the Golden Phantom, Yichen descended. Swoosh! As soon as he landed, a golden light figure pounced over. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its aura was exceptionally sharp. It's the Gold Spirit King. Yi Chen's eyes captured the shape of the golden light figure. It was a golden creature without any facial features. Its entire body was made of golden metal, giving off a heavy and sharp feeling. Its right hand turned into a huge blade and slashed toward Yi Chen, easily cutting apart the 5-colored wind. It seems to have no intelligence. Life forms formed from Yuan Qi had some intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become life forms. However, this Gold Spirit King didn't seem to have any intelligence. It only knew how to kill. There were no rules to its moves. It was the most primitive form of attack. Releasing his sword aura, the Gold Spirit King was frozen in place. Yichen walked over unhurriedly and pressed his palm on the latter's chest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Each of his 5 fingers released a strand of sword chi. The 5 strands of sword chi interweaved together, forming a horrifying sword chi tornado that sliced the Gold Spirit King into nothingness. The sword intent contained within it even destroyed the latter's consciousness, making it unable to reassemble its body. Killing the Gold Spirit King was as easy as lifting a finger for Yi Chun. He gradually entered the depths of the land of 5 elements. The land of 5 elements was filled with all kinds of Yuan Qi living beings, such as the Gold Spirit King, Wood Spirit King, Water Spirit King, Fire Spirit King, and Earth Spirit King. In the area where Yi Chun was the Gold Spirit King was the most numerous. Uncle, we can't hold on much longer. Let's retreat. In the depths of the land of 5 elements, the demi-beast kings were killed one after another. Only the 2 most powerful demi-beast kings were fleeing in panic. Of these 2 demi-beast kings, one was a middle-aged man with a cultivation base of 5th layer life and death realm, and the other was a young man in embroidered robes with a cultivation base of 4th layer life and death realm. Their opponent was a powerful Gold Spirit King. This Gold Spirit King was twice the size of an ordinary Gold Spirit King. Its body was not pure gold, but rather dark gold. One of its arms had transformed into a huge blade, while the other into a long sword. Blade light and sword shadows filled the air, and nothing could stop it. Even if we want to retreat now, it won't let us go. The middle-aged demi-beast king smiled bitterly. The dark Gold Spirit King charged over. Its right hand transformed into a huge blade, and a huge crack appeared on the ground. The ground of the land of 5 elements was extremely hard. Being able to leave a mark on it was already quite good. Only a 5th layer life and death realm expert could do such a thing. The middle-aged demi-beast king was also a 5th layer life and death realm expert, but his attack couldn't even break through the Gold Spirit King's defense. On the other hand, the opponent's attack could easily cut through his protective Zhen Yuan. Uncle, someone is coming. While fighting, the young man didn't forget to observe the surroundings. Yeah, be careful. Those who appear here are not good people. The middle-aged demi-beast king retreated while fighting. Soon, a human figure flew over. Suddenly, the figure accelerated and flashed toward the middle-aged demi-beast king. Not good. Be careful. The middle-aged demi-beast king was shocked, thinking that the opponent was going to hit him while he was down. Pung! The dark gold Spirit King was blown away, its body shattering into pieces. Fortunately, he didn't hit him while he was down. But what a powerful attacking power. It actually shattered this Gold Spirit King. This Gold Spirit King's defense has reached the extreme mid-rank armor level. The two were extremely shocked. This Gold Spirit King was not an ordinary one, but a 5 elements Gold Spirit King. Its defense was extremely frightening, and anyone below the 6th layer of life and death realm would not be able to injure it. Chapter 1046. The defense is comparable to the middle grade armor, as expected of the 5 elements Gold Spirit King. Yi-Chen exclaimed in admiration. Supreme grade armors were extremely difficult to destroy. Even a low-grade supreme grade armor was not something an ordinary king could break. At most, it would leave behind a mark. For example, when Yi-Chen fought Giant Demon Emperor, the low-grade supreme grade armor on his body wasn't destroyed. In terms of toughness, mid-grade supreme grade armors were 10 times stronger than low-grade supreme grade armors. From this, one could see how powerful the defense of 5 elements Gold Spirit King was, as well as how frightening Yi-Chen's palm containing 5 sword chi was. Clang! 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 The twisted sound of metal rubbing against each other rang out, and the 5 elements Gold Spirit King's shattered body once again condensed together. The golden liquid at the wound squirmed and quickly stuck together, and at the same time, his body compressed a little, making his entire body look even more solid and heavy. Just looking at it with the naked eye, it gave off an unbearable feeling. Every time the 5 elements Gold Spirit King is shattered, the strength of its body will increase. Unless it is destroyed in an instant, or when the strength of its body increases to the limit of its endurance, it will not die. Young Master, thank you for helping us repel the 5 elements Gold Spirit King just now, but do not fight it head-on. The middle-aged half-demon king reminded Yi-Chen. Every time it breaks, the strength of its body increases by 1. Interesting. Reaching out with his right hand, Yi-Chen grabbed the hilt of the Demon Slayer's sword and turned to the two of them. You guys stay away. Young Master, The middle-aged half-demon king was helpless and retreated far away with the young half-demon king. The speed of the 5 elements Gold Spirit King was very fast. With a flash of golden light, its sharp body was like a machete as it slashed over, but the fatal thing was not its body, but its arms that had turned into swords. It crossed its arms and slashed towards Yi-Chen's head, and what was even more terrifying was that its body also released a circle of golden light domain, sealing Yi-Chen's body. It actually has a natural domain. A hint of surprise flashed on Yi-Chen's face. Bo. The sword domain was released, and the golden light domain was forced back. Then, the sword domain turned the tables and enveloped the 5 elemental metal Spirit King. Yi-Chen's sword domain had already reached the 4th layer. As soon as the 5 elemental metal Spirit King was enveloped by the sword domain, its speed instantly decreased as if it had fallen into a swamp. On the other hand, Yi-Chen's speed erupted, and he brushed past the 5 elemental metal Spirit King's body. Kacha! The body of the 5 elements Gold Spirit King froze in midair. In the next moment, it was split into 2. It was not over yet. The 2 halves of the body seemed to be in the middle of a storm of sword chi breaking apart from the inside out. Almost every metal particle was cut by a tiny sword chi, which was violent and dense. Second drive. The best way to break an undying body or vitality life form was to use multiple stacks. The first stacks would shatter its structure, and the second stacks would destroy it completely. Although killing moves with great destructive power could also completely annihilate the opponent, it was not like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Multiple stacks were much simpler. Moreover, Multiple drives should not be underestimated. The first and second drive were nothing, but the third drive was equivalent to a powerful killing move. The fourth drive could destroy almost everything, and the fifth drive was a forbidden area. This is the second drive. The young half-beast king's eyesight was not weak. Second drive. The middle-aged half-beast king looked at him. The young half-beast king said, 2 years ago, I saw a battle between the Sky King list warriors. Both of them could use the second drive. I did not see it at that time, but there were powerful warriors among the spectators. After listening to their explanations, I realized that the explosion was a phenomenon of multiple drives. In the end, one of them even used the third drive and defeated his opponent. So it was multiple drives. No wonder he could easily split the body of the 5 elemental metal spirit king. The middle-aged half-beast king said slowly, "Sha, sha, 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 sha." Metal particles flew all over the sky. With a point as the center, they rotated and condensed. Because there were too many metal particles, the friction was too strong. That place, blazing flames and lightning shot out, and a fine whirlwind cut the ground. Even the second drive doesn't work. Yichen turned around. In the blink of an eye, the body of the 5 elements metal spirit king was successfully reconstructed. What made people despair was that its body became smaller again, which meant that its defense had increased by a lot. Since the second drive doesn't work, then the 3 drive. Raising the demon-slaughtering sword high up, Yichen slashed out vertically. An intense red light seemed to seep into the space, dyeing the 5 elements metal spirit king dark red. Countless fine sword marks appeared on the surface of its body. Pa pa pa, the body of the 5 elements gold spirit king instantly exploded into millions of metal particles, which then exploded into metal dust. The dust was then annihilated into nothingness and turned into the purest energy, which was then absorbed by the 5-colored wind and blown in all directions, in the sky and on the ground. 3 drive, it's a lie, right? He can actually use 3 drive? The young half-beast king opened his mouth, unable to close it. Obviously, the 5 elements metal spirit king couldn't withstand the 3 drive from Yichen and was completely destroyed. I thought the 3 drive wouldn't work. That's right. Although the 5 elements metal spirit king's defense is powerful and has no weaknesses, its consciousness shouldn't be that strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have turned into nothingness so easily. Every cell in Yi Chen's body contained the rank 5 immortal sword intent. Even those who were much stronger than Yi Chen could only injure his body. They couldn't smash him into pieces unless they were 10 times stronger than him. If the 5 elements metal spirit king's consciousness was a little stronger, maybe Yichen wouldn't have been able to kill it with 3 drive. After all, for a living being with flesh and blood, having such a strong defense should be a body refinement king, and a body refinement king wouldn't die so easily. As for the multiple drive, Yichen had mastered it a long time ago. When he fought against the Troll Emperor, Yichen could use 2 times the power of his sword. That was the embryonic form of the second drive. At that time, he had just entered the palace of controlling power, so he didn't have the time to study the multiple drive. It had been 2 years since the disaster of the alien race, so no one knew what level he had reached. You too, hurry up and leave. More 5 elements metal spirit kings are coming, and there's more than one. Yichen said to the 2 half-beast kings, "Qinglei, let's go." "Yes, uncle." The uncle and nephew left quickly. They had brought many powerful warriors to the 5 elements realm, but in the end, only the 2 of them were left. If the 2 of them were to die, the family would suffer a great loss. Time to enjoy. After the 2 left, Yichen could test his moves to his heart's content. He knew more than just the multiple drive. Jinghong Young Master is back. He's challenging the Phantom Sword King at Wild Gazing Plains. Wild gazing plains, challenging the Phantom Sword King. The Firebird continent had three main cities. One was Firebird City, the other was Fire City, and the last was Jinghong City. On this day, in the tea houses, restaurants, and streets of Jinghong City, the news was spreading everywhere. Jinghong Young Master, the leader of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes, had returned and immediately challenged the Phantom Sword King. The Phantom Sword King was the leader of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes 10 years ago. The rules of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes were the same as the Heavenly King ranking. Only those under 50 could enter, and those over 50 would lose the right. The Phantom Sword King was 60 this year, and exactly 50 10 years ago. As the leader of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes 10 years ago, the Phantom Sword King might not have entered the Heavenly King ranking, but it didn't mean he was weaker than the Jinghong Young Master. On the contrary, he might even be stronger than the monstrous genius ranked 90th on the Heavenly King ranking. A year ago, the Jinghong Young Master had challenged the Phantom Sword King and lost miserably. This time, he was here to wash away his shame. Only by defeating the opponent who had defeated him could he improve faster. This was the saying of the geniuses. Flawless sword artist Zhao Wuk was like this, and so was the Jinghong Young Master. Wild gazing plains, a large number of life and death kings had already gathered here. Everyone's gazes were focused on two people. One was a young man with a ghostly aura, and the other was a skinny young man wearing a yellow robe. They were indeed the Phantom Sword King and the Jinghong Young Master. One of them was the leader of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes, and the other was the current leader. Jinghong Young Master, it's only been a year, and you've already come to challenge me. Seems like you've improved a lot. The Phantom Sword King said indifferently. The Jinghong Young Master said, only by defeating you will I have the right to enter the God test field. If I can't even beat you, then no matter how much I improve, I won't be able to surpass those people. Indeed, it's for the God test field. Unfortunately, I failed in the first round back then. The Phantom Sword King looked up at the sky, his face full of emotions. However, I won't let you win just because I want to help you. If you want to beat me, you'll have to use battle power that surpasses your limits. Otherwise, even if you go, you'll still lose. Of course. What kind of victory would it be if you let me win? Under everyone's gazes, the two exchanged blows. They went all out right from the start. The Phantom Sword King's sword art was ethereal like a ghost, twisting its trajectory, while the Jinghong Young Master's sword art was fast. Is this the power of the leader of the Firebird planet's 10 heroes? He's not even in the same dimension as us. The ground was sliced open and the sword chi interweaved. The two figures continuously flashed, clashed, and brushed past each other before turning back to attack. This is the result of my 1 year of training. Take this. After hundreds of exchanges, the two were still evenly matched. Right at this moment, the Jinghong Young Master's sword speed increased by a couple of times, seeming to increase twice in a row. Third drive. The Phantom Sword King's pupils dilated. So what if it's third drive? Illusion and reality overlay. Sword shadows flew everywhere, as the Phantom Sword King's sword art was used to the limit. One bright and one dark, the two sword shadows overlapped and met the opponent's attack. Clang! The two swords clashed, and the Phantom Sword King's arm shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward. Third drive had already surpassed normal top rank profound martial arts. The power of the three strikes was even more unbearable. I won. The Terpsichore prince was panting heavily. In order to use 3 stacks, he had received the cruel training that his master had arranged for him over the past year. He had not had a single day of rest. However, if he could defeat the Phantom Sword King, it would all be worth it. Li Jinghong, you've finally beaten me. There's still half a year until the gods' trial field. I hope you won't slack off in this half a year. The Phantom Sword King was not dejected. The new beating the old was something that happened every day in the universe. He was not missing. Don't worry. From now on, I won't lose to anyone easily. The Jinghong young master's body released a wisp of faintly discernible aura, as if he had unlocked some shackles. You've already reached third drive? Looks like I've fallen behind too much in my 5 years of slumber. Luckily, with Mr. Ye's guidance, I've successfully reached second drive. Lan Xian was in the crowd. In the 5 years of slumber, she had been stagnant, while others had advanced by leaps and bounds. However, the stronger the Jinghong young master became, the more respect Lan Xian had for Yi Chen. If he could make her grow this much with just a few months of guidance, then just how powerful was his own realm? Chapter 1047. White Goldstone. Dragon Spring Iron. Although the 5 elements land was indescribably dangerous, it couldn't obstruct Yi Chen in the slightest. After a week, Yi Chen had obtained 2 kinds of Heavenly King grade metals, White Goldstone and Dragon Spring Iron. White Goldstone was a kind of white goldstone. A fist-sized piece weighed over 10,000 jin, and one would feel a stabbing pain in the hand. This was the unique sharpness of white goldstone. Anyone below life and death realm would be turned into a hornet's nest just by touching it. Swords forged from white goldstone were exceptionally sharp and intimidating. Yi Chen had obtained a total of 2 pieces, one fist-sized and the other palm-sized. Both were worth no less than 2,000 yuan stones. Dragon Spring Iron was even more famous than white goldstone. It was a kind of water-attributed metal material. At first glance, it looked like a block of solidified spring water. However, its weight was even greater than white goldstone. A fist-sized block weighed 18,000 jin. Dragon Spring Iron was extremely tough, and its extensibility was second to none. A treasured sword made from it was a combination of hardness and softness. It could bend and stretch, and it could be wrapped around the waist. The 5 elements land is indeed a treasure land. I actually found white goldstone and dragon spring iron. These 2 materials were among the top treasures in the books on metal materials. Obtaining one was a huge stroke of luck, and obtaining the second could only be described as a rainbow of luck. With the white goldstone and dragon spring iron, Yi Chen had no intention of staying. He directly flew into the sky and boarded the Golden Phantom, flying toward Firebird Continent's Flame City. Young Master Yi, you're finally here. On the first floor of the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion, Lan Xian had been waiting for a long time. Yi Chen was startled, then smiled. How did you find me? The Falling Dust Sword Pavilion's name has been rising in Flame City recently, so I came to take a look. I found dozens of pseudo-supreme grade swords on the second floor that contained young Master Ye's sword intent, so I knew that this Falling Dust Sword Pavilion is related to young Master Yi. Lan Xian said honestly. So that's how it is. Come, let's go to the courtyard. There was a large courtyard behind the Falling Dust Sword Pavilion. 800 meters below the courtyard, one could forge swords. This was the complete Falling Dust Sword Pavilion. 2 of them went to the courtyard, and Yi Chen brewed tea for the other party. Lord Yi, I hope that you will continue to teach me. I am different from my sister. She doesn't have a strong competitive spirit and doesn't ask for much. I, on the other hand, want to make a name for myself in the divine trial field. Lan Xian didn't hide her intentions or her competitive personality. She knew that she couldn't hide anything from this man. His all-seeing eye could see through even the smallest details. Yichen didn't reply directly. He flicked his hand, and an iron stake forged from star iron pierced deep into the ground of the courtyard. 7 consecutive stabs. All right. Lan Xian didn't know Yi Chen's intentions, but she didn't want to suspect anything. She stood up, pulled out the sword at her waist, and stabbed the star iron pillar. Then she stabbed it 6 times in a row. Each stab is a millimeter deeper. This proves that you have the potential to open the selfless realm. Yi Chen could see that Lan Xian was improving with each stab. This sounded exaggerated, but it wasn't at all. A millimeter was hard to detect with soul power. The improvement was very small, but it was still improvement. This was something that ordinary geniuses couldn't do. Only geniuses who were constantly improving could do it. The selfless realm? Lan Xian had heard of it, but she had never seen it. The selfless realm is divided into the spiritual level and the ego level. In the early days when we cultivated, we would pursue a state of selfless cultivation. That was the spiritual level. The spiritual level could allow one to be very focused, but it couldn't surpass oneself. The ego level, on the other hand, could achieve this. Hearing this, Lan Xian nodded. She wasn't a stranger to the state of selfless cultivation. Basically, anyone with a bit of talent could cultivate in a state of selfless cultivation. The ego level is to be clear about oneself and then forget oneself. Only by becoming familiar with every bit of oneself and understanding the secrets of one's body can one truly forget oneself and enter an unprecedented realm. This realm is the selfless realm that I speak of. The selfless realm had already been opened in Duguju, but that was when he was in a state of madness. It was unknown if he had truly opened it now. At the last moment, Lu Xiaoyu had pushed the selfless realm to the selfless realm, but that was at the cost of burning his life. It wasn't a normal method. Why were Duguju and Lu Xiaoyu able to open it so early? No matter how much Yi Chen thought about it, he still felt that it was because Elysium was too closed, so his cultivation couldn't improve. As a result, he was already very familiar with his own body. At every moment, he had to squeeze something out of it. That was why 2 of them had entered the selfless realm. As for Yi Chen himself, he surprisingly didn't enter the selfless realm. But he didn't feel that it was strange. The selfless realm was a situation where one already knew their limits. Yi Chen still couldn't determine where his limits were. No matter how much he squeezed, he could still improve. In the battle with the Troll Emperor, his repeated breakthroughs were proof. Moreover, his soul power was too strong, and his brain cells were abnormally active. This also increased the difficulty of opening the selfless realm. However, although he didn't open the selfless realm, Yi Chen's control of power had already reached an unfathomable level. To open the selfless realm, the level of power control must be high. This was the prerequisite of the prerequisite. If the level of power control didn't meet the requirements, the body wouldn't be able to cooperate. Yi Chen let Lan Xian study the basic swordsmanship so that she could improve the level of power control. This was to build a foundation for her. Then what should I do? Lan Xian asked. It's very simple. Continue to study the basic swordsmanship. This star iron pillar, after being smelted, is as hard as a low-grade armor. If you can pierce it with your sword within a month, I will give you special training. If you can't, then you should go back. I can't teach you too much here. There are many things that you can't rely on others. To open the selfless realm, the level of power control must be high. Lan Xian was still a bit lacking. Unless she was like Duguju and Lu Xiaoyu, opening it in an abnormal state, but that kind of opening had too many drawbacks. It wasn't the same as opening under the selfless realm. Okay. Lan Xian bit her lip. She knew that this was a test that Yi Chen gave her. If she couldn't even pass this test, then she wasn't worthy of being taught. Now, can you tell me what the God test field is? Yichen asked at this time. Lan Xian knew that Yichen came from some living world, so he might not have heard of the God test field. She said, "The God test field is the true God test field. Inside is the mighty power of the true God. Only those under 50 years of age can enter. Once you completely pass the test, you will have the qualifications to enter the God paradise. I don't know anything else." True God. The true God test field. Could the legend be true? Legend had it that the realm after life and death realm was true God realm. This was a legendary realm. Life and death realm could be found, but true God realm was not. Therefore, true God realm was a legendary realm. However, no one had ever seen a true God, and no one knew what it was. What kind of method was there to cultivate to true God realm? Everything was unknown. I also don't know if true God is real or not, but the God test field and the God paradise have existed since ancient times. The mighty power inside is something that even the ninth sky of life and death realm can't see through, and they can't force their way in. I think the saying that wind can't come from an empty cave is most likely true. Lan Xian spoke her opinion. These things are too far away from us. When we reach that step, we will know whether or not it is true. Yichen didn't dwell too much on whether true God existed or not. Days passed by, and soon half a month had passed. In this half a month, Yichen had already started forging Heavenly King grade swords. He didn't have much white gold stone and dragon spring iron, so he could only forge one Heavenly King grade sword at most. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless and poured his heart and soul into it, leaving Lan Xian outside. In this half a month, Lan Xian didn't sleep or rest, working extremely hard. She knew that if she still couldn't pierce through the star iron pillar with triple force, she would lose her chance. As long as I reach the triple force realm, I can completely pierce through the star iron pillar. But how can I reach the triple force realm? Up until now, Lan Xian could only pierce through 1/3 of the star iron pillar. She was 2/3 away from completely piercing through. Ordinary people would have already lost hope. It's a little difficult to go from the second force to the triple force in a month. Moreover, she had been asleep for 5 years. Even if I taught her for 3 months, it would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. This caused her foundation to be solid, but her understanding wasn't enough and she couldn't make full use of it. She didn't know when, but Yichen walked out. Xian, young Master Yi. Lan Xian was too focused and quickly turned her head. Think more and you can do better. You don't sleep or rest, and you don't give yourself a chance to think. It's easy for you to go berserk and create a knot in your heart, Yichen reminded her. But Lan Xian was very unwilling. How about this? In the next few days, you can watch me forge the sword from the side. It should be beneficial to you. Yichen felt that it was necessary to help her. Ding ding dang dang. Bright sparks flew, and the sword intent burst forth. On the sword furnace, Yichen constantly hammered the sword embryo. The iron hammer in his hand was like an iron sword. Every strike would produce a huge vibration force, accompanied by a peerless sword intent. This was the vibration sword intent forging method that Yichen had comprehended himself. It could fully fuse the materials together and use the sword intent to clear the meridians. Lan Xian watched from the side, inexplicably shocked. Normally, when forging a sword, one would have to be extremely careful. Most of the time, they would be testing it out. When the hammer truly fell, they would have already figured out how to forge the sword. However, Yichen's sword forging gave people the feeling of a sword artist waving his sword. It was continuous, decisive, sharp, and majestic without any hesitation. Watching him forge the sword, One's heart seemed to have become a sword embryo, constantly being hammered and forged. Gradually, one's sword heart became clearer and clearer. This was both a sword forging method and a way to temper the sword heart. Chapter 1048. After watching for 3 days, Lan Xian returned to the surface under Yi Chen's instructions and continued to stab the star iron pillar. 5 days later, Lan Xian had stabbed 2/3 of the way through. She had reached the third drive realm, but the third drive could not overlap with the previous 2 drives. It was not complete, so she could not pierce through the star iron pillar. Just a bit more. Lan Xian returned to the surface to watch Yi Chen forge swords. Yi Chen's swordsmithing technique had long reached the realm of perfection. He had been able to forge 12 supreme-grade swords in a month because he could see through it. He did not hesitate when forging swords. Every time the hammer fell, he was 1 step closer to completion. There was no hesitation, no sluggishness. Rather than saying he was forging swords, it was more like he was practicing swords. He practiced to his heart's content. There was no hesitation, no sluggishness. Every move was natural. Sometimes, even he did not know why he would swing the hammer. Clang! Another hammer fell, and sparks flew in all directions. It contained a peerless sword intent. Lan Xian wanted to dodge, but she didn't know why she couldn't. With a poochie sound, several sparks pierced through her body, burning her flesh. What was even more terrifying was that even though it was just a few sparks, it was like an invincible sword chi, exploding bloody holes in her body one after another. Countless fine sword chi minced her flesh and blood. Did you comprehend it? Yi Chen asked. I see. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Using the immortal body, Lan Xian returned to the surface. Standing in front of the star pillar, she stood there for a day and a night. At dawn, she suddenly pulled out her sword and stabbed at the star pillar. The speed of this stab was unparalleled, like a sword from the gods. Uft! The star iron pillar was pierced through. Countless cracks appeared around the hole. This was the destructive power of the third drive. The wind blew, and the star iron pillar completely fell apart. After piercing through the star iron pillar, Lan Xian smiled. Third drive had been completed. The next 5 months should be enough for her to open the Immortal realm. However, when she thought of the flying sparks, she couldn't help but shiver. Surye's realm had indeed reached an unfathomable realm. Every spark contained the third drive. Although not much power was poured into it, it was still shocking. Young Master Yi is forging a sword, so it's not a good idea to disturb him. I'll continue to familiarize myself with the mysteries of third drive. Lan Xian was not in a hurry to find Yi Chen. It was already her fortune that Yi Chen could teach her. Because she wanted to open the Immortal realm, she had to interrupt other people's business. She could not do such a thing, nor could she forgive it. 3 stacks was broad and profound. In the early stages, one could only use it wholeheartedly. In the middle stages, one could use it at will. In the late stages, one could use it at will. As long as one wanted, one could use it from any part of their body. As for Yi Chen's 3 stacks, which could only be executed with sparks flying everywhere, it was impossible to estimate his realm. Another 6 days passed, and the month was up. At this time, Lan Xian had already stabilized the third drive. She could be considered to be at the peak of the early stages of the third drive. As long as she wasn't too distracted, she could use the third drive. The third drive is indeed powerful. When the third drive is combined, it's not as simple as 3 times the power. The third drive is already more than 10 times the power, and it can completely destroy matter. The first drive could shatter the structure of matter. The second drive could destroy matter itself. and the third drive could annihilate matter's most basic molecules. It seems that you have stabilized the third drive. Next, I will help you open the Immortal realm. Originally, after comprehending the third drive, you should have touched the Immortal realm. However, because the time was too short, you didn't have much time to comprehend it. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 years. The third drive was a checkpoint. Breaking through to the third drive meant touching the Immortal realm. L'ancien had lost too much time to comprehend, and now Yichen wanted to help her break through to the Immortal realm. Helping someone break through to the Immortal realm wasn't something that could be done just by saying it. Yichen was certain that he could do it because every single one of his cells contained the rank 5 Immortal sword intent. Under the operation of the sword intent, he could already deduce a trace of the mysteries of his cells. It might only be 1,000th or even a 10,000th of the mysteries, but he still grasped a trace. The Immortal realm was the effective use of the body's potential under the Immortal realm. This potential was the potential of the cells. Of course, there was no such thing as cells in this world. It was usually described as particles of flesh and blood. As long as he could force out a trace of the cell's potential and combine it with the state of mind, he would be able to achieve the profound meaning of the Immortal realm. At that time, he would naturally be able to effectively use the potential under the Immortal realm. The third drive had already given L'ancien the foundation to open the Immortal realm. What Yichen needed to do next was to push the bow with the current, force out the human body's potential, and enter the stage of forcing out the human body's potential at any time. These are 2 steps. Attack me with all your strength and don't hold back. The stronger, the better. Yichen said, "Yes, Mr. Yi, be careful." L'ancien really didn't hold back. She knew very well that even if her strength increased several times, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Yichen. Holding the sword in her hand, L'ancien slashed at Yichen with all her strength. Yichen stretched out his right hand and spread his fingers. Clang! The palm and sword collided, and L'ancien took half a step back. The strong shockwave spread out and was absorbed by the restrictions and formations in the courtyard. Okay, I already know your limit. The second time they fought, Yichen only used the same amount of strength as his opponent. The third time was the same. On the 18th time, Yichen's strength began to increase, but it was only a trace. L'ancien could still withstand it. The 19th time, the 20th time, the 98th time, L'ancien couldn't take it anymore. Yichen only increased his strength by a little each time. It didn't seem much, but it was like adding straw to a camel. One day, the camel would be crushed and couldn't get up again. The 100th time, blood flowed from the corner of L'ancien's mouth. The 200th time, the 300th time, puff, L'ancien spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale gold. I think you should be able to last until the 400th time. At the 500th time, your whole body will collapse and your life will be hanging by a thread. Yichen said. Mr. Yi, continue. L'ancien said firmly. Okay. Yichen nodded. He increased his strength bit by bit to force out the other's potential. The reason why he didn't increase his strength to the limit that the other could bear was because it was too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could kill the other. If he did that, the other wouldn't be able to comprehend too much. It was the demonic path, not the right path. Of course, not everyone could do what Yichen did. Not to mention Yichen's realm, just his soul power that was 10 times stronger was rare. There had never been a second person who could do it. The 400th time, L'ancien exploded into a bloody mist. After the bloody mist condensed into a human body, her eyes began to dim. The 500th time, bang! This time, Lan Xian only kept a part of the bloody mist. Continue after a week. In the first 500 attacks, Yi Chen didn't use his sword intent. If he did, it would erase the other's soul and will. If it accumulated, she would die without a doubt. But even without sword intent, enduring 500 attacks from Yi Chen wasn't a good thing. Lan Xian felt very tired. She couldn't lift any strength in her body. She felt that something was wrong. The undying body also had a limit. It couldn't be used too many times. Obviously, Lan Xian's undying body was reaching its limit. A week later, the two fought 720 times. Another week later, the two fought 1,000 times. Week after week. 3.5 months had passed since Lan Xian came to Fallen Dust Sword Pavilion. It's time to break through. This time, the two fought 1,888 times. After 1,888 times, boom, a terrifying aura burst out from Lan Xian's body. This was a phenomenon forced out by her potential. Lan Xian's hair grew longer and shone blue. Her eyes turned silver and extremely focused. Under the selfless realm, her battle intent awakened, and she continued to fight with Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled indifferently and chose to collide with the opponent with the same amount of strength. Then he increased his strength every time. It seemed to be endless, but now he began to pour sword intent. Under the selfless realm, Lan Xian's battle power reached its peak. Without sword intent, Yi Chen couldn't increase his strength again and again. Lan Xian didn't last long after entering the selfless realm for the first time. It was about 15 minutes. During this time, she improved a lot. Part of her potential had been transformed into her own battle power. This was the abnormality of the selfless realm. Every time she used it, she would become stronger. Of course, the selfless realm was entered by forcing one's potential. No one dared to enter the selfless realm too often. Although it was possible to improve by leaps and bounds, it was also possible to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. It would lead to the exhaustion of one's potential, and they would never be able to enter the selfless realm again. Step by step, this was the right way. After all, the potential was limitless, and the human body had its limits. Nearly 4 months passed, and the Heavenly King level sword that Yi Chen had started to forge was finally completed. In these 4 months, he didn't spend much time teaching Lan Xian. He came out once a week, and each time was only about an hour. The rest of the time was spent on forging the sword. On this day, the sound of the sword soared into the sky, shattering the clouds. The peerless sword Qi was like a divine dragon, noble and fierce. Underground, Yi Chen held a peerless sword in his hand. This sword was 4 feet and 2 inches long. The body of the sword was like an ancient spring, but it was also suffused with traces of platinum gold. It was hard and soft, and looking down at the sword was like climbing a mountain and looking into an abyss. It was ethereal and deep, as if there were streams of clear spring water flowing down. Unfathomable. With a flick of his wrist, the body of the sword was like a spirit snake, constantly changing. It was impossible to know where the tip of the sword would appear. It seemed that any point could be attacked, and there were no blind spots. I'll call you the Dragon Spring Sword. The Dragon Spring Sword was hard and soft at the same time. When it was hard, it was invincible, cutting through everything. When it was soft, it was like a stream of water piercing through any gap. This sword was a Heavenly King level sword with a combination of metal and water attributes. Chapter 1049. Yi Chen didn't plan to sell the Dragon Spring Sword. His demon slaughtering sword was only a high-quality sword, and because of its special attributes, Yi Chen wasn't confident that he could upgrade it to the Heavenly King stage. Therefore, The dragon spring sword would become a great weapon for him. After all, he cultivated the metal and water profound meanings, so there was no barrier between him and the dragon spring sword. Moreover, this time, Lan Xian had brought him 94,000 yuan stones. These were the extra yuan stones after selling the 10 demons battleships. In total, there were 394,000 yuan stones. Adding these 94,000 yuan stones, Yi Chen's own yuan stones had reached 140,000, which wasn't a small amount. There was no need to sell the dragon spring sword. However, if I sell this sword, even if it's not as good as the time blade, it should still reach 15,000 yuan stones. The price of a heavenly king stage sword varied from high to low. The lowest was only 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, while the highest could easily reach tens of thousands. The price of a heavenly king stage sword was reflected in two aspects: the materials used to forge the sword and the skills of the person who forged the sword. When the two were combined, the difference in price was too great. Yi Chen had already prepared the dragon spring sword's scabbard. This scabbard was made entirely of dragon spring iron and was also priceless. It could also conceal the dragon spring sword's sharpness. Sheathing the sword, Yi Chen returned to the ground. The selfless state wasn't easy to grasp. The first time Lan Xian had entered the selfless state was when she was forced by Yi Chen. The second time, without Yi Chen by her side, she had spent a whole 3 days to enter the selfless state. Now, a day had passed since she entered the selfless state for the second time, but she hadn't entered the selfless state for the third time. The secret of the selfless state should be fighting spirit. Your fighting spirit isn't strong enough. Think about why you want to become strong. Think about why those who walk before you can laugh in the starry sky. Their fighting spirit is far above yours. Yi Chen's voice poured into Lan Xian's ears. Fighting spirit? Lan Xian, will not lose to anyone. Yi Chen's voice seemed to have a magical power. Lan Xian's eyes burned. Immediately, she entered the selfless realm for the third time. Her blue hair grew long, and her pupils became focused silver. All the power in her body condensed in her body. Potential and true essence mixed together, becoming the power of selfless. While Yi Chen was teaching Lan Xian, all the geniuses in the universe were working hard. The gods' trial field was about to open in 2 months. If they didn't work hard, they would likely be surpassed by others. In the end, they would fall short and become someone else's stepping stone. As a genius, no one wanted to fail. Pure Grace City, Prince Jinghong, will never become someone else's stepping stone. An Ata state, break through. On the vast training field, Jinghong's body emitted a terrifying aura. His long hair grew longer, and his eyes turned silver. It was as if he could see through people's souls. Prince Jinghong had also reached the selfless realm. He was different from Lan Xian. Lan Xian had been asleep for 5 years, and her strength had stagnated. Although she had Yi Chen's guidance, she hadn't comprehended much. Therefore, after reaching 3 drive, she couldn't rely on herself to open the selfless realm in a short period of time. On the other hand, Prince Jinghong had been improving all these years. Coupled with his master's cruel training, he had mastered 3 drive. Opening the selfless realm was a matter of course. Congratulations on entering the selfless realm, Prince. With your strength, you will definitely be ranked in the top 90 or even the top 80. On the side of the training field, the housekeeper of Pure Grace City smiled. It's still not enough. In the remaining 2 months, I have to push the selfless realm to a higher level. Otherwise, I won't be able to stand out. The monsters on the king's list are not that easy to surpass. Prince Jinghong was still not satisfied. If he could improve, so could others. Under his master's cruel training, he could improve by leaps and bounds. His only advantage was his cultivation base, which was at the fifth sky of life and death realm. Even in the king's list, only 30 to 40 people had reached this realm. If he could improve his selfless realm, he had the confidence to enter the top 50 or even higher. On a certain dead star in White Tiger Starfield, a sword artist in blue stood quietly with his eyes closed. He was the flawless swordsman, Zhao Wuk. After the battle with the lifeless saber artist Lung Fifan, he had stayed on this dead star for 4 months. Lung Fifan's strength had given him a great shock, and he had obtained great benefits from the duel. In the past 4 months, he had been immersed in the process of breaking through to the selfless realm. Every time he comprehended something, he would enter the selfless realm to digest it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. An extremely frightening aura burst out. In the past, when Zhao Wuk entered the Anata realm, other than his hair growing longer, his pupils were silvery white. Now, his pupils changed from silvery white to a deep silver. In the next moment, specks of gold appeared in the deep silver, adding an indescribable vitality to his focused eyes and a penetrative power that allowed him to see through the trajectory of the world. Clang! Unsheathing his long sword, Zhao Wuk slashed at the dead star below. This slash was natural and untraceable, yet it seemed to be everywhere. Under this slash, there were no blind spots to speak of. Rumble! This dead star was not very big, only 10,000 li in diameter. After suffering Zhao Wuk's slash, it actually started disintegrating, leaving only a dark red core. Zhao Wuk's slash seemed to have found the main weak point of the dead star and disintegrated it in one fell swoop. This kind of method was many times more difficult than directly shattering the dead star. The former relied on brute force, while the latter relied on one's technique and ability to see through weaknesses to the extreme, easily disintegrating a star. Lung Fifan, thanks to you, I've entered the Selfless Heaven's Eye realm, but I still can't see through your previous realm. Zhao Wuk was not too excited. He knew that if he challenged Lung Fifan at his current realm, there was no way he could win unless he improved further and pushed the Selfless Heaven's Eye to a new height. Letting out a breath, Zhao Wuk flew away from this place. He found a star that was twice the size of this one. This star was brimming with vitality, and its weak point was not so easy to see. Vermilion Bird Star Field, on a white star. This star was only several thousand li in diameter. From afar, it was white and looked very cold. However, the temperature on its surface was tens of thousands of degrees, distorting one's vision. If Yi Chun was here, he would definitely recognize that this was a white dwarf star. White dwarfs were a type of star in the late stages of its life. Their density and temperature were very high, and the gravity on their surface reached an exaggerated degree, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of times that of Earth. Even atoms would be crushed, and no matter could exist on their surface. If a human stood on them, they would instantly be vaporized. However, on this white dwarf star, there was a black-robed youngster. He was unexpectedly able to resist the gravity of the white dwarf star. He continuously punched out, and with each punch, ripples would appear in the void, seeming extremely heavy. Being able to resist the gravity of a white dwarf star was a ridiculous feat even for life and death kings. Although life and death kings were not inanimate objects, they were not completely defenseless. Their bodies contained extreme power, and as long as they were powerful enough, they would be able to resist the powerful gravity. Moreover, the body of life and death kings was extremely tough. Even if they didn't use Zhen Yuan and dived into the magma, they would not be injured in the slightest. Most importantly, the martial will of life and death kings was extremely powerful and could isolate powerful injuries. However, there was still a limit. The surface temperature of a white dwarf star was not much, but the gravity of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of times that of Earth was too frightening. It was an existence that could crush atoms. Normally, only people at the sixth sky of life and death realm would be able to survive on a white dwarf star. This was because at the sixth sky of life and death realm, one's Zhenyuan would be pure to an unimaginable level. Even the gravity of the white dwarf star would not be able to affect one's body. Of course, the sixth sky of life and death realm would not be able to fly on the white dwarf star and could only walk or run. This black-robed youngster was only at the fourth sky of life and death realm, but he was able to survive on a white dwarf star. It was indeed a very frightening thing. However, this black-robed youngster was not a normal person. The energy outside his body was a protective chi layer, which meant that he was a body-refining king. Body-refining king's survival ability was way higher than other life and death kings. Their chi power was completely born from their cells, and they were at the forefront of the human body development. Each of the black-robed youngsters' punches carried 4 layers of overlapping ripples. This was the 4th layer power, which could crush atoms. The 3rd layer power could crush the most basic molecules of matter, while the 4th layer power could crush atoms. Although the enemy was not completely defenseless and could use their protective Zhenyuan and martial will to counteract most of the power, they would still receive a huge amount of damage. The weaker ones would be directly blown into nothingness. It was just like how not everyone could survive on a white dwarf star. Perhaps even the black-robed youngster himself would not be able to withstand this punch because this was a white dwarf star. Outside, the power of this punch would be even more powerful. Almost there. If I continue, my chi power will be completely used up. After an unknown period of time, the young man in black stopped. He did not have much energy left in his body. Once his energy was depleted, he would be crushed into powder and turned into nothingness. Training on a white dwarf star was a very dangerous thing to do. Walking step by step, the black-robed youngster arrived 10 meters away from where he was. There was a special rope hanging down, which did not break even under the gravity of the white dwarf star. Grabbing onto the rope, the black-robed youngster said softly, "Full speed." In the starry sky outside the white dwarf star, a small Sky King level battleship maintained its momentum at all times to prevent itself from being pulled by the white dwarf star. As the black-robed youngster spoke, the battleship's momentum increased drastically, flying into the distance. The rope tied to the battleship pulled the black-robed youngster out. Sitting in the hull of the battleship and drinking wine, the black-robed youngster revealed a smile. "I, the Black Destruction King, am here. I wonder if you guys are ready?" Chapter 1050. After entering the selfless realm for the 10th time, Lan Xian finally grasped the ability to enter the selfless realm at any time. The selfless realm was indeed unbelievably powerful. Every time she entered the selfless realm, a small portion of her potential would transform into Lan Xian Er's own strength. After 10 times, her strength had increased slightly, but correspondingly, she began to feel tired. The selfless realm is a way to stimulate potential. If you enter the selfless realm consecutively in a short period of time, your potential will be stimulated too much. From now on, unless it's necessary, you cannot enter the selfless realm again. Yichen reminded Lan Xian. Yes. Lan Xian nodded. While you still have time, practice more basic swordsmanship. When you reach the gods' trial field, I won't guide you anymore. You need to judge and evolve on your own. For some reason, Yichen always felt that Lan Xian had improved so fast with his help, and there would be some hidden dangers. Before this, she could not even perform the second drive, but now she had already entered the selfless realm. Days passed. Lan Xian practiced basic swordsmanship on the left side of the yard, while Yichun practiced basic swordsmanship on the right. Qi, with a swing of the sword shadows filled the air with blinding white light. Qi, the sword swung out slowly, but it arrived in a flash. Profound of speed, profound of slowness. I see. There is no absolute fast or slow in this world. Profound of speed is to strengthen the senses and body. Profound of slowness is the complement of profound of speed. Fast and slow were Taishu's illusions. They were a kind of understanding of speed. However, what was fast and what was slow? In the eyes of a normal person, a bird flew very fast. In the eyes of a warrior, a bird flew very slowly. In the eyes of a normal warrior, light was supreme. In Yi Chen's eyes, light was only about twice as fast as him. Everything came from the senses. If one's senses suddenly increased, one would discover that things that were fast would become very slow. One's speed and reaction would also become very slow. However, the senses belong to one's self. When the senses became stronger, one's body would correspondingly improve. In the end, the position between the two would become the same as before. The slowness profound meaning was a denial of oneself. It was like someone pouring a bucket of cold water on one's arrogance to wake one up. It was the supplement of the swiftness profound meaning. The selfless heavenly I realm strengthens all senses. It's similar to the fast profound meaning. Perhaps they are the same thing. It's just that the process of entering is different. Soon, there was only 1 month left until the opening of the test field of God. Basically, all the geniuses from the 4 major galaxies had already set off for the test field of God. Young Master Yi, let's go. Compared to a few months ago, Lan Xian, or his essence, energy, and spirit had improved greatly. It was as if she had been reborn. Xian isn't going? Yichen asked. Lan Xian shook her head and said, she said she's not strong enough, so she won't go. All right, let's go then. After all, Lan Xian's foundation was a little weak, and she didn't have any fighting spirit. It was hard for her to make a difference. In the life galaxies, there were some astral teleportation formations. These astral teleportation formations were made from an entire planet. They could teleport to another astral teleportation formation. The closest astral teleportation formation to planet Firebird was about 30 light years away. Riding on the Golden Phantom, the two arrived in about 10 hours. The astral teleportation formation wasn't free. The cost depended on the distance. Since the test field of God was in the region between the 4 major galaxies, the two prepared to teleport to the innermost astral teleportation formation in the Vermilion Bird Star region. The distance between the two was a shocking 1 million light years. 10,000 light years was 10 source stones, so 1 million light years was 1,000 source stones. It was 5 times more expensive than riding on a Heavenly King battleship. Most people wouldn't choose to teleport. After all, source stones were hard to come by. Wait a little longer. We need to gather 100 people before we teleport. The astral teleportation formation's shape was very strange. Below, it was a complete planet. Huge tubes of different lengths were inserted into the planet. The shortest was 100 miles, and the longest was 1,000 miles. At the end of the tubes were discs. The discs were the astral teleportation formations. At this moment, at the end of the longest tube, there were a few dozen people standing. At the edge of the disc stood an old man. He was the person in charge of the teleportation. 100 people will be very fast, Lord Yi, Lan Xian, said to Yichun. And there's no rush. Yichun nodded. After waiting for about 6 hours, 100 people were gathered. Whoosh! On the astral teleportation formation, a dazzling light exploded. Everyone disappeared without a trace. About 2 hours later, 100 people appeared on the astral teleportation formation in the innermost part of the Vermilion Bird Star Zone. Most of these 100 people were here for business. Only 2 were young people like Yi Chun and Lan Xian. From Lan Xian, Yi Chun learned that these 2 young people were part of the Firebird Star's 10 prodigies. One was ranked 6th, Luo Yinkong, and the other was ranked 8th, Shattered Star Wang Yuanqing. Yuanqing, do you think he will pass the divine trial field? Luo Yinkong quietly asked Yuanqing. Yuanqing shook his head. I don't know. You should know that although we are part of the 10 prodigies, the Vermilion Bird Star Zone alone has more than 1,000 planets with life. The 4 major star zones together have more than 5,000 planets with life. There are tens of thousands of geniuses like us, but only 100 people can enter the Heavenly King ranking. Among these 100 people, perhaps no more than 10 can pass the divine trial field. It's too difficult. That's right. The Heavenly King ranking is full of monsters. It is indeed difficult to stand out. Aside from a few people, the others can't guarantee that they can keep their ranking. Among the tens of thousands of geniuses, no more than 1,000 people were prepared to give it their all. The others were here to experience the divine trial field. Luo Yinkong and Yuanqing were the same. If you wanted to go to the gods' trial grounds, you had to go to God's planet first. On God's planet, there was a God's ship there. It was impossible to reach the God's trial grounds from other places because no one knew where it was. As for the God Star, it was a small star with a diameter of only 1,000 miles. The gravity on it was equivalent to 1/10 of a white dwarf star. If one couldn't resist the gravity of the God Star, they would lose the right to enter the divine trial field. In other words, the divine trial field had begun the moment the God Star appeared. The God Star was 70,000 light years away from the Star Transfer Array, riding the Golden Phantom. The 2 of them spent half a month before they reached the God Star. From afar, Yi Chun put away the Golden Phantom. The gravity of the God Star was very strong. It could pull a puppet warship over and tear it to pieces. Is this the God Star? After putting away the Golden Phantom, Yi Chun's gaze fell on a small star tens of thousands of miles away. This small star was golden, as if it was made of gold. There were no stars around it, nor were there any twinkling stars. It seemed to be shielded by an invisible power. The little golden star floated there by itself, noble and sacred. Buzz, not far from Yi Chun, another small Heavenly King warship appeared. It was Luo Yinkong and Yuanqing. Let's go. Yi Chun took the lead and flew toward the God Star. Lan Xian followed closely behind. Success or failure depends on this. Luo Yinkong took a deep breath. Her emotions were fluctuating. Don't worry. As long as we stay on the God Star for 6 hours, we will get a trial spell. With it, the gravity of the God's Star will not affect us. Yuanqing reached out his right hand and patted Luo Yinkong's shoulder. Under the pull of the God Star's gravity, Yi Chun and Lan Xian were involuntarily pulled over. The 2 slightly offset most of the gravity to avoid crashing into the God Star. As they got closer, the gravity they felt increased exponentially. Normal life and death realm warriors would be shattered in the process. Pap! Finally, the 2 landed on the God Star. The gravity here is a few million times that of Earth. Yi Chun measured the gravity. Are you okay? Turning around, Yi Chun saw an unnatural blush flash across Lan Xian's face. The gravity here is too strong. I am not used to it yet. Lan Xian had already activated her protective Zhen Yuan. Her sword intent also spread out, covering her protective Zhen Yuan. Be careful. Stay by my side. Don't get too close to those people. On the God Star, there were tens of thousands of young warriors. Often, some of them would attack others, and their protective Yuan would be shattered. Just as they were about to be crushed to death by the gravity, a golden bubble would suddenly appear on the ground, wrapping around them and sending them out of the god's star. Yeah, Lan Xian studied Yi Chun and found that Yi Chun had only activated his protective Zhen Yuan. He did not even release his sword intent, as if the gravity on the god's star was nothing to him. How could she know that every single one of Yi Chen's cells contained the rank 5 Immortal sword intent, which was equivalent to a normal rank 6 sword intent? His body's toughness had reached a shocking level. Basically, every single cell was hard to kill, not to mention a body made up of billions of cells. Luo Yinkong and Yuan Qing also came down. Unfortunately, Luo Yinkong only lasted 15 minutes before he could not handle the huge gravity anymore. He was sent out of the god's star by the golden bubble, losing his qualification. Yuan Qing was called the Broken Star King. He could attack and defend at the same time, so he managed to hold on. During this time, hundreds of people lost their qualification. Basically, one person would be sent out of the god's star by the golden bubble every second. The gravity here was really hard to bear. Even if they could hold on for a while, they would not be able to hold on for 6 hours. You two can go back now. Not far away, a tall and sturdy young man flew over with bad intentions and threw 2 punches at Yi Chun and Lan Xian. Before this, he had already sent a few people away. He liked the feeling of those people running away crazily. You're the one going back. Opening his right hand's 5 fingers, Yi Chun threw out a palm attack. Boom! Like a cannonball, the opponent was sent hundreds of meters away, and then sent out of the god's star by the golden bubble. Many people looked over. The power of Yi Chen's palm was too shocking. This was the god's star, and the gravity here was horrifying. It could actually send someone hundreds of meters away. Chapter 10:51. Interesting. Do any of you know who he is? 100 miles away from Yi Chen, there was a small group of people. Each of them had a golden jade talisman around their necks. With the talismans, they didn't seem to feel the gravity of the god's star. The one who spoke was a tall woman with countless braids. She was taller than most of the people here, around 2 meters tall. However, she didn't look bulky. Her 2-meter height brought out her figure to the extreme. Her breasts were high, her waist slender, her thighs strong, and but perky. She was the beautiful snake Tasha, ranked 48th on the Sky King list. This small group of people were all monsters on the Sky King list. Of course, this was only limited to the Vermilion Bird Star region. After all, this was the god star. I don't know. I've never seen him before. The bearded young man carrying a giant axe shook his head. Prince Jinghong was also in this small group. He was ranked 94th on the Sky King list. His eyes fell on Yi Chun and Lan Xian. He frowned slightly but didn't say anything. This guy sent the Hunter King flying so easily. He's not a simple character. Yes, the Hunter King is a madman on planet Orion. He hunts his prey for fun. With his top hunter's eyesight, he shouldn't be unable to see how strong his prey is. How strange. No, the Hunter King went there because he was lured there. Someone was secretly casting an illusion. At that moment, I felt the aura of an illusion, but the opponent's illusion skills were far above mine. I couldn't tell who cast the illusion, but if I think about it, I understand. In the younger generation of the Vermilion Bird Star region, there's only one person who can surpass me in illusion. On the God Star, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Other than the monsters on the Sky King list, there were some who were very strong. For example, the person who came to this conclusion was an amazing person. He was the second king of illusion in the younger generation of the Vermilion Bird Star region. Isn't that The people next to Sisua were about to look at the small group of people. Don't do anything stupid. His illusions have already reached the realm of being able to be released from his heart. The moment you look over, his illusions will follow your gaze back. Who knows, it might make you do the same thing as the Hunter King. Sisua reminded them. Oh, I almost forgot. That was close. You illusionists are too sick. I'd rather be defeated cleanly than meet you. The few of them were secretly afraid. Siso smiled and thought to himself, the pursuit of an illusionist is to replace the truth with an illusion. They use their own will to change everything that they can feel and even everything that they can't feel. This is where the joy of an illusionist lies. It's a pity that too few people choose the path of an illusionist. The evil spirit race is a good target. Hey, Ji Qingyue, aren't you a little too bored? That guy isn't someone you can toy with. A slender and well-proportioned arm wrapped around the shoulders of the evil-looking young man. The owner of the arm was very delicate, but a little cynical, as if he didn't care about anything. He was the cheerful type, and his eyes were always squinting. The joy of illusions lies in doing as one pleases. You won't understand. The young man wasn't used to having his shoulder held, so he took a step to the right. Don't be so cold. Mr. Yi, the one who attacked us just now was the Hunter King of planet Orion. Lan Xian, said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. No, he wasn't the one who attacked us. It wasn't him. Then who was it? Lan Xian, didn't understand. It won't do you any good, if you know. Illusions were cast from the heart. Once someone paid attention to them, they would be able to sense it. It was better for Lan Xian, not to know, but she hoped that the other party would stop now. As for what had happened earlier, she would just treat it as the other party's test. More and more people were eliminated. From around 40,000 people, it was reduced to less than 15,000 people. 6 hours later, Yi Chen and Lan Xian each obtained a jade talisman. Lan Xian looked down at the jade talisman around her neck and exclaimed, "How magical! A single trial talisman can offset all the gravity. Soul power, sword intent, quintessential essence. All methods had been tested. Yi Chen didn't find anything special about the trial talisman. It seemed to be just an ordinary jade talisman. Is this the power of a true god? Success. I've finally succeeded." Not far away, Broken Star King Yuanqing's face revealed a joyous expression. For those powerful geniuses, the purpose of participating in the God test field was to distinguish themselves and ultimately pass. However, for Yuanqing and the majority of the others, being able to see the God test field was already enough to satisfy them. As geniuses, if they couldn't see the God test field in their lifetime, they would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of their lives. Firebird Planet also had young Master Tsangyu and young Master Firebird. Although young Master Tsangyu couldn't even withstand one move from Lung Fifen, that was because Lung Fifen was too powerful, not because young Master Tsangyu was weak. Moreover, after 8 months of training, young Master Tsangyu's strength was clearly much stronger than when he had challenged Lung Fifen. It wouldn't be strange for him to last 6 hours. The Firebird Prince was able to endure for 6 hours mainly because his cultivation base had increased from peak 3rd Sky of Life and Death Realm to 4th Sky of Life and Death Realm. Even so, he had suffered a lot. His whole body was soaked in sweat, and he did not have much Shenyuan left. If he were to go on for another hour, he would definitely be eliminated. After all, resisting gravity had nothing to do with offensive power. Of these two, one had arrived earlier than Yi Chen and Lan Xianer, and the other had arrived later. As for Lan Xianer, apart from the initial difficulty, she was relatively relaxed. After all, she was still at the 4th layer. If she hadn't been asleep for 5 years, she would have been even more powerful. Including Yi Chun, Firebird Star had a total of 6 people who had passed the initial trial and obtained the trial talisman. How do you feel? Giving up on studying the trial talisman, Yi Chun asked Lan Xiener. I feel like my body has woken up. It's a feeling of contentment. Lan Xiener said slowly, That's good. After sleeping for 5 years, you received my training as soon as you woke up, and your strength advanced by leaps and bounds. It felt a bit unreal, but the gravity of the God Star has completely eliminated this feeling. Yi Chun was very clear about Lan Xiener's mental state. It seems so. Lan Xiener nodded. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. In the distant pitch-black sky, a huge golden shadow suddenly appeared. This golden shadow was much larger than the God Star. It seemed slow, but it was actually moving at an extremely fast speed. The boring time is finally over. A few hundred meters to the north of the small group of people, a black-clothed young man was lying on the ground. His trial talisman was not on his body. Instead, it was placed a meter away. In other words, he was under the pressure of the God Star and was resting on the ground. This level of endurance could only be described as shocking. Slowly climbing up, the black-robed youngster picked up the trial talisman and revealed a smile. It's the God ship, someone exclaimed. Yi Chun and Lan Xiener looked over. The golden shadow in the pitch-black sky was a huge star-like golden battleship, the same color as the God Star. What was surprising was that the sails of the golden battleship were not made of cloth, but a kind of solid gold-like material. Rumble! Soon, the God ship connected with the God Star. Compared to the God ship, the God Star was like a small dock, not even 1/10 the size of the former. A huge ladder extended to the God Star. Let's go! Everyone followed the ladder and boarded the God ship. Let's go as well. Yi Chun walked in the front, and Lan Xiener followed beside him. How nostalgic! I can't even remember what happened in the God trial field. The black-robed youngster walked at the back alone. After everyone boarded the ship, the ladder was put away. The ship of God turned around and headed back to where it came from. Its speed became faster and faster, and it became more and more terrifying. In the end, it seemed to have transcended time and space, wandering at the edge of time and space. At the same time, the geniuses of Azure Dragon Starfield, White Tiger Starfield, and Black Tortoise Starfield had all boarded the God ship, heading toward an unknown place. Between the 4 great starfields was an unknown place and also a forbidden zone. Ninth Sky of Life and Death Realm experts might be able to roam around in the periphery, but once they got too close to the center or the core, they would disappear completely. Some speculated that they might be trapped in the space-time turbulence, never to come out. The mighty power of true gods could only be seen in the 4 great starfields. After an unknown amount of time, the God ship reached the shore, and the ladder was lowered. Standing on the God ship, nobody could see anything but stepping down the ladder and stepping on the solid ground. They couldn't help but exclaim. This was an incomparably huge continent. This continent was completely barren, and at the center of the continent was a huge golden gate of unknown height. Above the gate were 3 words, God Trial Field. Is this the God's Trial Field? Just by looking at it, I can tell that it's not something a human can build. This is the power of a true God. Only a true God could build such a shocking golden door. Someone murmured. Creak. The golden gate opened, and a dazzling golden light spread out, enveloping everyone. In the next moment, they felt their bodies lighten, and then they lost consciousness. In the other 3 directions, there were also 3 continents and 3 golden gates. The geniuses of Azure Dragon Starfield, White Tiger Starfield, and Black Tortoise Starfield were all enveloped by the golden light and sent into the golden gates. The place where Yi Chen appeared was a misty forest. There was no one around him, as if the golden light had purposely separated them, letting them move on their own. Buzz. Suddenly, the trial rune on Yi Chen's chest emitted a bright light. Shortly after, a several meters wide light screen appeared in front of Yi Chen. On the light screen were numerous golden dots, and Yi Chen's position was the first golden dot. You want me to go to the next golden dot? The light screen dispersed, and Yi Chen took a step forward, entering the dense fog. Chapter 1052. The misty forest was filled with danger. Screams would occasionally break the silence, rising and falling. Pu-pu, pu, pu, pu. Broken Star Wang Yuanqing had just entered the mist when he was attacked by wave after wave of arrows. The mist of the gods' trial field was no ordinary mist. It had the powerful ability to isolate soul strength. Here, one could only rely on the six senses to sense danger, such as sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and the sixth sense intuition. Everyone had six senses, but some were strong and some were weak. After dodging the countless arrows, Yuanqing didn't even have time to catch his breath. Suddenly, in front and behind him, two enormous steel walls covered in spikes came flying at him. Not good. Yuanqing was shocked. The entire god's trial field was filled with a viscous, formless energy that caused his speed to greatly decrease. These two steel walls were incomparably fast, surpassing his speed. There was no way he could dodge them. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only go all out. Yuanqing's weapons were two large hammers, one on the left and one on the right. Yuanqing used all his strength to smash at the steel walls. The sound of metal twisting rang out. The steel walls were pushed back by Yuanqing. Pooh! Abruptly, a spear fell from the sky, piercing through Yuanqing's head and nailing him to the ground. Damn! Outside the golden door, Yuanqing's figure appeared. The trial talisman on his chest suddenly shattered. Could it be that I, the Firebird Prince, can't even pass the first stage? A fiery red light flashed. The Firebird Prince jumped up and down, looking extremely wretched. Behind him were countless golden dots of light. These golden dots of light were hornets that seemed to be made of gold. They were as big as fists, and their wings flapped. They were like flying swords cutting through the air, incomparably sharp. The Firebird Prince tried to attack the hornets, but found that even with his full strength, he could only kill a few. The remaining hornets were enough to sting him to death. In the end, the Firebird Prince was stung by a hornet. His body went numb, and in the next instant, countless hornets pounced on him. Lan Xian also encountered hundreds of golden wasps, but she was lucky. These wasps had a special structure, and if she used a pure killing move, she could only kill 7 or 8 at a time. But if she used second drive, she could kill more than 20, and if she used third drive, she could kill a large group. In other words, these golden hornets were used to test the extent of their control over their strength, and the most direct manifestation of their control over their strength was how many bursts they had. Generally speaking, if one had attained the second drive and was slightly stronger, they would be able to contend against the golden hornets without being defeated in a single clash. Of course, defeating the golden hornets didn't mean they were out of danger. There were traps everywhere in the dense fog forest, and the golden hornets were released from one of them. Kachak! The branch under her feet broke, and Lan Xian was alarmed. She bent down subconsciously, and with a poochie sound, a snow-white light brushed past her back. That cold sharpness made her feel cold all over. Before she could take a breath, Lan Xian jumped up. Below her, the two steel walls were locked together without a single crack. However, the real danger had just arrived. From all directions, countless golden arrows shot over. The golden arrows had spiral patterns on their tips. Once hit, even her protective Zhen Yuan wouldn't be able to withstand it. Everything has its flaws. As long as you can find their blind spots, you will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Yi Chen's words were still fresh in her memory. Taking a deep breath, the Zhen Yuan and Lan Xian Er's body split. Most of it gathered in her arms, and the rest went to her eyes. In her vision, the arrows slowed down a bit. It looked like they were all shooting at her at the same time, but there were actually different directions. Only about half of them could threaten her, and that was if she didn't move. Break for me. With a flash of sword light, Lan Xian slashed out 5 times. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding filled the air. Lan Xian Er's 5 swords changed the trajectory of the 5 golden arrows, causing them to hit the other golden arrows. Just like that. It was like dominoes, creating a chain reaction that caused the seemingly unsolvable rain of arrows to collapse on itself. Xiao. However, just as Lan Xian let out a breath, a golden arrow passed through a large amount of arrow fragments and pierced through Lan Xian Er's protective Zhen Yuan. In the end, Lan Xian was nailed to the tree. Fortunately, there were no more traps. Pulling out the golden arrow, Lan Xian still had lingering fear. She didn't think that the first trial of the gods' trial field would be so abnormal. The traps were one after another, not giving people a chance to catch their breath. If there had been another wave of attacks, she wouldn't even have had the time to open the Immortal state. Of course, this was also because she had been asleep for 5 years and hadn't fought anyone for 5 years. After all, no matter how high her strength increased, she still needed a large amount of battle experience. Now is not the time to open the Immortal state. If I can't even pass the first trial, it proves that I'm just SOSO. Lan Xian gave up on entering the Immortal state and continued forward. There were too many people who were stopped in the misty forest. Some were turned into beehives by the arrow rain, some were stung to death by the golden hornets like Prince Firebird, and some were crushed into a bloody pulp by the steel walls. There were as many ways to die as there were traps in the misty forest. Some of the ways to die were strange and unheard of. There were about 15,000 geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Star region who had come to the gods' trial field. However, in this short period of time, at least half of them had died. Some geniuses who thought that they were very powerful had also died. They might be able to beat most of the geniuses in a one-on-one battle, but in the misty forest, survival was the test. The dead people appeared outside the Golden Gate, one after another, the trial talismans on their chests shattered. Damn, even I, the loose hand king, couldn't pass the first trial. It's too hard. I couldn't even react in time. I guess at least 2/3 of the people will be eliminated. No wonder people say that it's enough to see the gods' trial field. Don't expect to pass the first trial. Outside the Golden Gate, more and more people gathered. Everyone was discussing in low spirits. For most of the people, the first challenge was indeed very difficult. Even if they tried their best, they would still be eliminated. The rest of the people might also be eliminated if they were not careful enough. However, for people at Yi Chen's level, the first challenge would only help them to warm up their muscles and bones. It was just an appetizer. His figure was like a ghost. Wave after wave of arrows passed through the illusions left behind by Yi Chen, unable to harm him in the slightest. Before the 2 steel walls could even get close, a corner was cut off. The flying chains were sent flying, entangling a large metal ball that swung over like a pendulum. Due to the entanglement of the chains, the large metal ball changed its trajectory and smashed down the golden iron man that was released from the mechanism. The sound of metal clanging spread out like a wave, flattening everything around it. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Chun had traversed the entire misty forest and arrived before a racetrack. This racetrack was 1,000 meters wide and long, with no end in sight. The moment Yi Chun came out, 7 or 8 people dashed out at the same time. They were the black-robed young man, the frivolous, handsome young man, the saber-wielder with a cross scar on his cheek, the 2-meter-tall beauty with her hair tied up in braids, the bearded young man, the devilishly handsome young man, and the graceful prince. In the next instant, another dozen people dashed out. Most of them were geniuses on the Heavenly King list, but of course there were some who weren't. HM, the black-robed young man, and the handsome young man sized up Yi Chun. They didn't expect him to be so fast, passing through the misty forest in an instant, even though they didn't go all out. In front of the racetrack, there was a wooden board. There were no rules written on it, only rewards. The first to reach the finish line would be rewarded with 10 shinbi, the second would be rewarded with 5, and the third would be rewarded with 2. What's shinbi? The handsome young man was puzzled. Those who pass the gods' trial field will be qualified to enter the paradise of gods. It's said that shinbi is the currency of the paradise of gods. In any case, it's good stuff. The black-robed young man was very confident in himself. He didn't think that the first place would fall to anyone else, so there was no harm in telling them. The currency of the paradise of gods. Looks like the more the better. The 2-meter-tall Du Sha licked her red lips. The black-robed young man chuckled. You better be mentally prepared. Anything that involves shinbi will be very difficult. It won't be easy to get shinbi. It's just a racetrack. How hard can it be? More and more people arrived. Some geniuses who were quite accomplished in speed didn't care. Since there was a racetrack, it naturally had to be fair. They needed to wait for everyone to arrive before starting. About an hour later, everyone had arrived. Of the 15,000 people who passed through the misty forest, only 4,000 or so had passed. The elimination rate was more than 70%. Prince Yi, Lan Xian, came to Yi Chen's side. This racetrack isn't that simple. It might not be a test of speed. Speed wasn't the most important factor in judging a genius, even though being slow wasn't good either. After everyone had arrived, the light screen in front of the racetrack opened. Shoo! Almost in an instant, dozens of figures rushed out. Damn, there's gravity. We can't use Shenyuan. How is this possible? Of those who rushed out, more than half of them fell to the ground in an incomparably sorry state. The genius who rushed out the fastest was clearly the type who was fast in speed but weak in other aspects. His chin was stuck to the ground as he slid out several thousand meters. His body was badly mangled, and he was in an extremely miserable state. A bunch of idiots. The black-robed young man slowly walked on the track and closed his eyes. I can't use Shenyuan or any other energy. The gravity is 1/20th of the god's star. It really isn't that simple. Opening his eyes, the black-robed young man started running. Close to 200,000 times the Earth's gravity. For most people, this is probably an extreme test. Yi Chun looked at the endless racetrack and shook his head. Chapter 1053. More than 4,000 people were all running on the track. Just like a marathon, no one increased their speed. Those who could make it here were all geniuses among geniuses. Before understanding the rules, they might have been impulsive, but after understanding the rules, it would be hard for them to be impulsive. Most importantly, everyone wanted to win. Some geniuses were self-aware and thought that their strength was inferior to others, but when it came to stamina, they wouldn't admit defeat. Humph! So, what if you're on the Heavenly King list? Who knows how long this track will be? I don't believe your stamina is also higher than ours. Haha, I'm a body refiner king. Stamina is my strong point. Is that so? Don't you know that in terms of stamina, we demonic beasts are the best? A young man laid down and turned into a 7-meter-long demonic dog. His powerful muscles and streamlined body made him run full of power and beauty. 2 hours passed. 6 hours passed. Under the enormous gravity and the inability to use Zhen Yuan, everyone ran for 12 hours. Of course, this amount of time wasn't enough to make them tired. The stamina of life and death kings could be described as abnormal. Starting from astral reaching realm, humans and demonic beasts would all evolve. For example, before astral reaching realm, the lifespan of humans was only a bit longer than ordinary people, still roughly at the level of ordinary people. At astral reaching realm, one could live for 200 years, 500 years at Sea of Soul realm, and 100,000 years at life and death realm. 3 evolutions, each more exaggerated than the last. Especially the third evolution, it was no longer an ordinary evolution, but an evolution of the origin. It was as huge as the difference between a unicellular organism and a human. You work hard. I'm going to speed up. Yi Chun and Lan Xiener were in the middle of the team. There were roughly 2,000 people ahead, and another 2,000 behind. This was a very disadvantageous position. Under the soul power perception, the group at the front was already several tens of thousands of li away. If they wanted to fight for the top 3, they couldn't be left behind too much. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have time to catch up. Yeah, Lan Xiener nodded. Swish, exerting his strength through his feet. Yi Chen's whole body turned into a phantom as he shot out, overtaking dozens of people within a second. What was even more frightening was that when he ran, he did not make any sound at all, just like a cat. What kind of speed is this? The person who was overtaken took a while to react. About an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the very front. There were only 30 to 40 people left in front of him. However, Yi Chen did not slow down. Instead, he sped up slightly. Who is this guy? Who cares what kind of divine being he is? Since he dares to surpass us, then we'll just let him be at the bottom. To be able to run at the front, how could their strength be simple? At the very least, they would be in the top 100 of the Vermilion Bird star field. A ferocious tiger charged at Yi Chen the moment he and Yi Chen were shoulder to shoulder. Patter! Yi Chen didn't even look at it. With a casual wave of his arm, the tiger's bones were all shattered, and it was sent flying. When it landed on the ground, it completely disappeared from the track, losing the right to participate in the trial by fire. Hiss! The few people who were just about to make a move sucked in a breath of cold air. The one who made a move was the demon race genius Iron Tiger King, ranked 99th on the Heavenly King list. Not to mention strength, just in terms of physical strength, there were not many who could surpass him. Yet, he was actually unable to withstand Yi Chen's arm strike. What kind of terrifying strength was this? You'd better not do anything stupid. Otherwise, all of you will be eliminated. Yi Chen's voice had a trace of coldness to it. After a few breaths, Yi Chen had left them far behind. This guy is a monster that can't be provoked. The Iron Tiger King is really unlucky. I don't understand why he didn't stay at the front from the start. Otherwise, the Iron Tiger King wouldn't have provoked him. Monsters think differently from us. Who knows? Gradually, there were only 5 people left in front of Yi Chen. They were all black-clothed youths, a saber wielder with a cross-shaped scar on his cheek, a 2-meter-tall woman with a head full of braids, a winged black panther, and a bearded young man carrying a giant axe. These 5 people didn't mean that they were the strongest in the group. It could only be said that their speed, endurance, and stamina surpassed ordinary people. At the very least, some of the people Yi Chen overtook were extremely dangerous people, such as the handsome young man with a strange demeanor. Hee hee, there's a new member. The beautiful snake lady, Medusa, looked over. Quite powerful. I wonder how long he can last. The bearded young man said lightly. In a situation where they didn't know how long the track was, no one dared to increase their speed to the limit. Everyone would only maintain their speed at the limit that they could accept. For example, 30%, 40%, or even 50%. Very few people exceeded 50%. After all, the faster the speed, the faster the stamina would be consumed. It was not a wise move. I bet he can last more than 2 days. Among the 5, the black-clothed young man didn't bother to speak. The saber-wielder was very cold. The winged Black Panther also didn't like to talk. Therefore, only Medusa and the bearded young man spoke. This young man was ranked 42nd on the king list. People called him Great Axe Xiao Erlang. 2 days later, I won. Medusa giggled. I didn't bet with you. Xiao Erlang rolled his eyes. 1 week later, I can't run anymore. How long is this damn track? Who knows? Anyway, in these 10 days, just from what I saw, more than 30 people were eliminated. What a tragedy. In such a harsh environment, everyone could last 1 or 2 days. But after 10 days, many people were exhausted and lost the right to continue. 20 days later, including the ones before, was an entire month. Forget it, I'm not running anymore. If I keep running, I'll die of exhaustion. After a month of running, more than 90% of the participants had collapsed. The number of people still running was less than 300. The terror of the God trial field was far beyond their imagination. Even Yichen didn't expect that the track would be so long, as if there was no end. I can't hold on anymore. Lan Xian was soaked in sweat. Her vision was blurry. She didn't think she could finish the entire track, but until the last moment, she wouldn't allow herself to fall. At this point, it's no longer a test of endurance and stamina. It's more of a test of will. Turning his head, the vertical eye between his brows opened. Yichen saw Lan Xian. Is this guy a monster? Right now, Du Sha was exhausted to death. Seeing that Yichen did not have a trace of fatigue, she was completely convinced. Another 2 days passed. This was the 33rd day. Lan Xian walked as if she was sleepwalking. Her eyes had lost focus, and her face was frighteningly pale. She had already lost consciousness. The only thing that kept her going was her unyielding will. On the track, a person was quickly catching up to the people in front of him. It was a playful young man, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Hey, Du Sha, I've caught up to you. How come I'm so far behind? Du Sha turned her head and said with a bitter smile, You finally have some fighting spirit. The handsome young man was ranked 12th on the Heavenly King list. People called him Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu. His talent was publicly recognized. If he had a bit of fighting spirit, it would be easy for him to rank in the top 10. I can't help it. I'm a person who can't bring up fighting spirit. But the length of the track is beyond imagination. I'm interested. Lu Wenxiu grinned. The 4 people in front are not easy to surpass. I wish you a safe journey. Du Sha waved her hand. She didn't even have the strength to speak at this moment. Sending the guy away was the right thing to do. Then I'll go first. His figure flickered as Lu Wenxiu's speed soared. Truly a monster among monsters. Du Sha was speechless. At noon, Lu Wenxiu finally caught up to the 4 people in front. Ghost Genius, you've finally caught up. Xiao Erlang greeted. I've kept you waiting. Lu Wenxiu's face was neither red nor out of breath. This guy is caught up. Lu Wenxiu's arrival attracted the attention of Blade Man and Black Panther. Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu was a famous name in the other 3 great starfields. Many ninth-layer life and death experts had praised him, saying that his talent was one of the strongest in the 4 great starfields. There were no more than 3 who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Yichen was also paying attention to Lu Wenxiu. This guy's physical strength was not necessarily stronger than others, but his utilization of strength had reached a frightening level. No matter how fast his speed was, he was always in the most effortless state. There was also a sun in the god trial field. The dazzling sunlight shone on everyone's body. Suddenly, a strand of glaring golden radiance flickered. "We've reached the finish line. That's the triumphal arch," Qiao Erlang said. The end of the track was still nowhere to be seen, but everyone could see a huge golden triumphal arch. It was unknown how far this arch was from where they were, but they could see it clearly. "I'm going to speed up. See you guys." The winged Black Panther's speed soared again and again. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by several times, leaving the 4 several hundred li behind. However, the 4 caught up again in the next moment. "What a joke! The first place is mine." The black-robed youngster sneered and continued to increase his speed. "That's not necessarily true. Blade Man chased closely. I, Qiao Erlang, still have 30% of my physical strength." Qiao Erlang was ranked 42nd on the Heavenly King ranking, but in terms of physical strength, he was at least in the top 10. Right now, we're not competing in physical strength, but explosive power. Lu Wenxiu's hair was blown backward. His narrowed eyes opened slightly, and a cold light flashed in them. At this moment, his true appearance was slightly revealed. "You guys really are a bit hard to deal with. In that case, I'll leave you all in the dust." The black-robed youngster took a deep breath and leaned forward. With a rumble, he shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, his explosive power breaking the ground. Damn! The Black Panther even used its wings, but it was still left further and further behind by the black-robed youngster. Just how monstrous are these people? Hundreds of thousands of li away, Du Sha's sole power sensed the 5 people in front of her. Other than dumbfounded, she had no words to describe them. The black-robed youngster left a trail of dust in his wake. The 4 people behind him were getting further and further away. Ten Shinbi for the first place. I can't let him go. Thinking of Ten Shinbi, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Under the gazes of the 3, Yi Chen's speed rose to the limit. Because of his speed, his afterimages were still left behind. Chapter 1054. Impossible. How can he still increase his speed at this stage? The young man's pupils shrunk. Before this, they had already increased their speed twice. What an incredible figure. His control of power, speed, explosiveness, and stamina are all top-notch. No matter how bad he is in other aspects, he won't be that bad. Yi Chen's sudden burst of speed shocked Lu Wenxiu, Qiao Erlang, and the others. 3rd place is worth 2 Shinbi. I must get it. The Black Panther's body quickly squirmed and finally turned into a leopard man. Behind him, a pair of black wings flapped at an astonishing frequency. Due to the huge gravity on the runway, the running speed was faster than the flying speed. Therefore, this pair of wings did not allow the leopard man to fly. Instead, it allowed him to take every step that was equivalent to 10 steps for others. It was like an air current driver. Then let's have a competition. Below Lu Wenxiu's knees, her muscles twisted into strands like highly elastic springs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Wenxiu's speed increased rapidly, leaving behind afterimages one after another. Forget it. I, Qiao Erlang, have stamina, but my speed is too slow. Qiao Erlang gave up on the top 3. Until the last moment, no one knows what the result will be. The blade artist wasn't discouraged at all. He burst out with speed from time to time, but soon slowed down again. Bailey Hun, sometimes you should relax and maintain your peak fighting spirit. But you have to pay a high price. Who knows, you might have come a long way. Xiao Erlang warned. Bailey Hun, ranked 10th on the Heaven King ranking, called Soul Slasher. I'm afraid that I won't be able to use Soul Slasher once I relax. Blade artist Bailey Hun said indifferently. Xiao Erlang sighed. It was really hard to have Lung Fifan as a target. Who didn't know that guy had a strong potential to reach the peak? In theory, the potential of the ghost genius Lu Wenxiu was not inferior to Lung Fifan. However, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth, because Lung Fifan had a strong, enterprising spirit, while Lu Wenxiu only had fighting spirit for things she was interested in, and other things were half-hearted. I'm a body refiner king, and my control of power has reached the 4th layer. Why can't I shake him off? The young man in black glanced at Yi Chen coldly. What a terrifying fellow. Yi Chen had already raised his speed to the maximum, but from time to time, he would still be overtaken by his opponent. The first was Yi Chen and the black-clothed youth. The two of them had already left the second group behind by tens of thousands of li. The second group was Lu Wenxiu and the leopard man. The two of them had also left the third group behind by 50 to 60,000 li. The third group was Xiao Erlang and by Li Huan. Basically, the top 3 had nothing to do with them. However, this was not because they were not fast enough or did not have enough explosive power. They had left Du Sha behind by more than 1 million li, and left the people behind her behind by more than 10 million li. There's still about 1 million li to go. If there was no gravity here, and they didn't need to restore their true essence, then 1 million miles would only take them several breaths of time. But here, they would need to spend thousands of times that amount of time. Heavy breathing sounds came out from Yi Chen and the black-clothed youth's nostrils. At this time, the two of them had already used up all of their stamina and were competing in speed. Increasing their speed unceasingly, the two of them could only increase their speed slightly. It was like how no matter how hard an ordinary person tried, they could only increase their speed by a little bit. Although the two's current speed was countless times faster than ordinary people, right now they were just like ordinary people. But this was already enough. Even if they were 1/100th of a meter faster than their opponent, it would still be a victory. Don't waste your energy. If you maintain your peak speed, every breath you take will consume tens of times, or even hundreds of times more energy than before. Even the most energy-conserving state will be removed. However, I'm different. Maintaining my peak speed for a long time is a common occurrence for me. The black-clothed youth said indifferently, "Indeed, you're a body refiner king. You have the advantage in this aspect, but I don't think that I can't last a few 100,000 li at this time. There were only 50 to 60,000 li left to go." Is that so? It seems like you're very confident in yourself. I wonder how much stamina you have left after being attacked. I advise you not to do so. Moreover, even if you do, it's meaningless. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Then, I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. The black-clothed youth approached Yi Chen while maintaining his high speed. His left hand formed a fist and punched toward Yi Chen's head. Visible to the naked eye, 4 overlapping ripples burst out. 4th layer. You'll know now. Opening his right hand's 5 fingers, Yi Chen met the attack with a palm. Rumble. Obviously, there was no Zhen Yuan or Qi power, but the two's exchange was still like a landslide. Violent Qi flow revolved around the two of them. 4th layer. The two were blown away by the explosive force and landed on the edge of the track. The moment they landed, they lowered their bodies slightly to dissipate the force and continued running at high speed. The pause was no more than a breath's time. Moving his left hand's 5 fingers, the black-clothed youth said word by word. Yi Chen's palm clearly contained the 4 stacks. Of course, things were far from that simple. If it was only the 4 stacks, no one would be able to defeat a body refinement king. However, the opponent's palm didn't rely on palm power alone. Instead, it relied on the power of his fingers. Each finger contained the 4 stacks, and 5 fingers represented 5 waves of 4 stacks. When the 5 waves of 4 stacks converged together, the resulting power would tear apart and destroy everything. Worthy of being a body refiner king. Yi Chen's right hand was slightly numb as the blood and qi in his arm flowed backward. Yet the two are fighting. Lu Wenxiu's brows raised. To be able to fight evenly with Black Destruction King, how much power does that palm contain? The leopard man exclaimed. Lu Wenxiu said, "It seems like he has also reached the 4th layer realm. Moreover, it's not an ordinary 4th layer. Black Destruction King has met his match." Black Destruction King Zhou Jian was ranked 3rd on the Heavenly King list, a body refiner king. He was one of the few experts who had participated in the Trial of God twice. Tooth-bursting fist. Black Destruction King Zhou Jian attacked again. This time, it wasn't just 4th layer, but a powerful fist art with 4th layer as its foundation. It was just like Yi Chen's 5 elements sword palm. Clang! Yi Chen unsheathed his demon slaughtering sword. As a sword artist, sword arts were his forte. The two's battle was so intense that their speed gradually slowed down. Lu Wenxiu and the leopard man gradually caught up. The more intense their battle is, the better. We can just sit back and reap the benefits. The leopard man grinned. Their leopard race could be said to be unparalleled in the world, but it was easy for them to get tired. With his ability, he could only maintain it for 30 breaths. If he wasn't left behind by the two in front of him by 30 breaths, then he had a 70% chance of surpassing them and obtaining 1st place. Don't be delusional. Do you think they're hot-headed people? Lu Wenxiu shook her head. That's not necessarily true. There can only be one first, and with their similar speed, it's possible for either of them to obtain 1st place. Here comes the problem. Black Destruction King is determined to obtain 1st place, and he won't allow himself to fail. He will definitely choose to exhaust his opponent's stamina. As for me, I only need to maintain my current distance to make them lower their guard. Unless you remind them. The leopard man looked at Lu Wenxiu. Don't worry, I don't like an unchanging competition. You can try. Of course, don't think that Lu Wenxiu, have given up on the competition. That would be the best. It would be meaningful to obtain 1st place from Black Destruction King Zhou Jian and Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu. Clang! 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 The battle ahead had already reached its climax. Black Destruction King Zhou Jian's fist arts were tyrannical and unrivaled. On the other hand, Yi Chen's sword arts were sharp enough to cut through everything. Even Zhou Jian's fist arts couldn't gain an advantage in front of him. Autumn water. The moonlight shattered, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Swish! Blood splashed out from Zhou Jian's face. If he hadn't tilted his head slightly at the critical moment, this sword would have cut his head in 2. After losing his strength, his body's defense was only 10 times stronger than other life and death kings of the same realm. It was impossible for him to block Yi Chen's sword. Swish! Zhou Jian pulled back, his eyes as cold as blades. In terms of physical strength and defense, body refinement kings indeed had the upper hand. However, it was precisely because they were body refinement kings that their moves were straightforward and didn't have too many variations. For them, as long as they had enough speed and power, it was enough. There was no need for them to spend time on variations, which would instead lead them down the wrong path. However, after losing their strength, their speed and power were no longer overwhelming. Of course, this didn't mean that body refinement kings were at a disadvantage after losing their strength. On the contrary, body refinement kings still had the upper hand. Unfortunately, Zhou Jian's opponent was Yi Chun. After several exchanges, Yi Chun soon saw through Zhou Jian's blind spot. This guy is not simple. He is definitely not simple. Zhou Jian's expression turned serious. Although he was very confident in his speed and physical strength, he wouldn't lose his confidence if someone really took the first place. After all, geniuses like them still relied on their battle prowess. However, just now, Yi Chun had actually seen through his blind spot. This kind of eyesight wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Following this, Zhou Jian gave up on attacking Yi Chun. In a situation where he couldn't use his strength, he didn't have much chance of winning. Yi Chun was happy to see this. He indeed didn't have much strength left. Although that leopard man was hiding very well, Yi Chun could still sense a covetous aura from him. The destination was approaching, but the four of them were still able to increase their speed. When they were only 10,000 li away from the destination, Zhou Jian's speed once again increased by 10%. However, Yi Chen's burst of speed was even faster than his. What was even more shocking was that the leopard man was constantly closing the distance. With his speed, it was very likely that he would be able to stand side by side with Yi Chun and Black Destruction King at the final moment. Very soon, they arrived at the Triumphal Arch. 3 figures flashed past, arriving almost at the same time. Chapter 10, 55. TCH, just a little bit more. The leopard man was extremely unwilling. Huff! Zhou Jian panted heavily as his shoulders heaved up and down. In front of him was Yi Chen's back. In that split second, the 3 seemed to have reached the finish line at the same time. But in reality, Yi Chen was half a body's length faster than him, and he was half a body's length faster than the Leopard King. In other words, Yi Chen was first, he was second, and the Leopard King was third. Yi Chen's panting was much louder than Zhou Jian's. Since becoming a life and death king, this was the first time he had experienced a lack of oxygen in his brain. There was a hint of blood in his throat. However, this race had also made his blood boil. Every cell in his body was cheering. What's going on? I'm at the finish line. It teleported me to the finish line in an instant. Could it be the rules of the track? Haha, great. I thought I would be eliminated. The moment Yi Chen and the other 2 reached the finish line, everyone else on the track was teleported over, including the unconscious Lan Xian. Lu Wenxiu rubbed her chin. So that's how it is. When 3 people reach the finish line, those who are not eliminated will pass. This way, not too many people will be eliminated. Moreover, it also tests everyone's willpower. The God test field is indeed not simple. The rules are basically flawless. Hey, Lu Wenxiu, who is the first? Medusa, who had her hair tied up in braids, came over. Lu Wenxiu looked at Yi Chen. Who do you think it will be? So powerful. He snatched the first place from Black Destruction King Zhou Jian. How could Du Sha not understand Lu Wenxiu's meaning? Du Sha was not the only one who was shocked. The others nearby also knew who was the first from Lu Wenxiu's eyes. I didn't expect Zhou Jian to lose. Seems like he is only SOSO. The one who spoke had an incomparably tall and sturdy body. His body was filled with explosive power, and his every movement gave off an oppressive feeling. He was the 61st ranked demon elephant by D. In terms of power, he was countless times stronger than the 99th ranked Iron Tiger King. The latter did not even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Bang! A terrifying scene occurred. Just as Demon Mammoth by D finished speaking, his huge body suddenly exploded. a fist slowly retracted. It was the king of black destruction, Zhou Jian. Looking around, everyone felt as if the sky had darkened. There was nothing but emptiness. The only thing they could see was a pair of indifferent eyes. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of heartbeats rang out in everyone's mind. The scene was dead silent. It was completely silent. In the next moment, the pressure disappeared. Those indifferent eyes shifted their target and looked at Yi Chun, who was supporting Lan Xian not far away. Apart from a few people, most people did not dare to breathe. Their gazes also fell on Yi Chun. They did not know what would happen next. "Young Master Yi, be careful." After arriving at the destination, the veritable essence in Lan Xian's body recovered, and she gradually woke up. However, the Black Destruction King's gaze made her heart tighten. "It doesn't matter. He can't do anything to me," Yi Chun said lightly. "Oh, really?" The King of Black Destruction's voice sounded. Letting go of Lan Xian, or his hands, Yi Chun turned around and looked at the King of Black Destruction with his long and narrow eyes. "If you want to fight, you can do it now. I also want to see what kind of level a king of body refinement can reach with the selfless state. I hope it will be the same as Lung Fifen." Lung Fifen. The cross-scarred swordsman's pupils shrank. "Have you met Lung Fifen?" Du Sha murmured. Although the lifeless swordsman Lung Fifen was ranked 7th, the Heaven King list was updated once every 3 years. This was the ranking from 3 years ago. With Lung Fifen's rapid progress, no one could say for sure what his current ranking would be. However, he would at least be within the top 7 or even top 3. He might even be first place. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? Our Vermilion Bird Star field isn't the only place in the Divine Trial field. The Azure Dragon Star field, the White Tiger Star field, and the Black Tortoise Star field are also full of experts. At that time, your hands and legs will be weak. The one who came out to stop the fight was Lu Wenxiu. He stood between the two and shrugged helplessly. If it was someone else, Zhou Jian would definitely tell them to scram. Although he didn't want to fight with Yi Chun right now, it was Lu Wenxiu. Although Zhou Jian was confident he could beat Lu Wenxiu, he wouldn't ignore him. Lu Wenxiu's talent was known to all. He was as famous as Lung Fifen. Such a person, no matter how hard he worked, as long as he didn't lose interest in cultivation, his future would be bright. Let's postpone our battle. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Turning around, Zhou Jian strode away. Zhou Jian's departure allowed the crowd to heave a sigh of relief. Other than Lu Wenxiu and a few others, no one could withstand more than 2 or 3 moves from him. Even someone as powerful as the demonic elephant Bai Di was smashed to pieces by a single punch from him. However, at the same time, the crowd was also very curious about this mysterious swordsman, Yi Chun. They were the elite geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Star field. They might not have heard of ordinary geniuses, but a swordsman that even Zhou Jian didn't dare to casually challenge was something they had never heard of. Lu Wenxiu, you're such a busybody. This old lady still wants to see their battle. Du Sha lamented. Lu Wenxiu softly said, "They are the top experts of our Vermilion Bird Star field. It would be a pity to eliminate either one of them. In any case, the Divine Trial field has just begun. There will be many more opportunities in the future. Let's go." Yi Chun walked toward the third dot on the light screen. "Okay." Lan Xian nodded obediently. Yi Chen's mysteriousness was beyond her imagination. Even the famous Dark Destruction King, Zhou Jian, seemed to be very afraid of him. Fate was just this strange. If she hadn't been asleep for 5 years, her sister Lan Xian wouldn't have gone to the Black Death secret realm to find the soul return fruit. If she hadn't gone to the Black Death's secret realm, she wouldn't have met Yi Chun, and she wouldn't have received Yi Chen's guidance. The third trial was a huge stone forest. At the entrance of the stone forest, there was also a wooden board with the rules of the third trial written on it. The general meaning was that after entering the stone forest, one would be randomly teleported to a rock. The 5 people on the rock formed a small group, and their goal was to kill a designated small group. If they could kill the small group without any losses, they would pass. If they lost one person, they would pass according to their ranking. Only 30 small groups could pass the third trial. In general, the top 30 groups would pass, and the bottom 30 would be eliminated. There were 250 people present, and they could be roughly divided into more than 50 small groups. In addition, other than the target group, they weren't allowed to kill other groups. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. As for who the target group was, there was no need to worry. After entering, the trial talisman would show the image of the target group members. Interesting. Is this a test of our teamwork? Hunting was different from fighting head-on. In a head-on battle, it was possible for a person to kill 5 or even 10 people. However, hunting was different. The opponent would definitely be hiding in the dark and wouldn't give you a chance to fight head-on unless you were very confident in yourself. Most importantly, your group couldn't lose too many people. If you lost one person, you might be eliminated. If you lost more than 2 people, there was basically no hope. What was needed was teamwork, not individual heroism. Zhou Jian frowned and walked in. Then, everyone walked into the stone forest. Swoosh! The next moment, everyone was teleported to different places. Yi Chen appeared on a rock that had been pushed down. There were 4 people beside him. A 2-meter-tall, coquettish woman with braids, a short, ordinary young man who looked very dexterous, a sturdy young man, and a young man with a huge bow on his back. What a coincidence! Now, I should be able to see him fight. Du Sha was secretly happy. Yi Chen said, "My name is Yi Chen, swordsman. I am Du Sha. I am very confident in my body movement. In addition, my talent is petrification." Du Sha didn't mean to hide her ability, but there was no need to. She was ranked 48th on the Sky King list. Everyone knew what abilities she had. As long as she didn't expose her killer moves, it would be fine. Lu Run Yi, good at lurking, tracking, and assassination. The short young man said lightly. The young man said in a low voice, "I don't have any special skills. I just have a strong defense and am good at head-on attacks." Xiao Shui, archer. The young man with the huge bow introduced. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Our team is not bad. We have assassins and archers. Du Sha's petrification ability is also a killer move. Under the circumstances, assassins could kill people who were much stronger than themselves. Archers could suppress their opponents from a distance. The petrification ability was even better. Once the opponent was petrified, they could only be fish on the chopping board. Buzz. Suddenly, the trial runes on the chests of the 5 people lit up. A light screen appeared out of nowhere. On the light screen, the images of the 5 people appeared. 100-Face Fox King Chui Bailey, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps Duan Fan. Du Sha's eyes narrowed. 100-Face Fox King Chui Bailey, ranked 33rd on the Sky King list. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps Duan Fan, ranked 56th on the Sky King list. Both of them were not only on the Sky King list, but they were very agile and terrifying. They might not be the best in a head-on fight, but if they were in an advantageous situation, they could easily kill their opponents. 100-Face Fox King is extremely cunning and has keen senses. Duan Fan's stealth and assassination ability is far above mine. Don't let me deal with them. Lu Run, he didn't want to deal with people he couldn't deal with, unless it was a last resort. Don't worry. You just need to assassinate this person. Yi Chen pointed to one of them. This person had the weakest aura. No problem. I promise to complete the task. Oh no, our opponent is actually him. On the 100-face Fox King Chui Bailey's side, besides Chui Bailey and Duan Fan, the other three were pale. Yi Chen on the light screen brought them despair. Chapter 1056. Although Chui Bailey and Duan Fan did not look as bad as them, they still had a bad look on their faces. Among the group, there were 5 people that they were most afraid of: Black Destruction King Zhou Jian, Soul Slasher Blade by Li Huan, Ghost Genius Lu Wenxiu, Death Illusion Master Ji Qingyue, and Sword Artist Yi Chen. There were more than 50 groups, and the chance of them running into these 5 people was only 1 in 10. Brother Chui, what do you think we should do? The battle hasn't even started, but 3 of us have already lost our fighting spirit. This is not a good sign. Duan Fan slowly exhaled and asked. Chui Bailey said, "If we want to kill him, we have no chance of winning. But why do we have to kill him? As long as we kill his team members, victory will belong to us." These are 2 different concepts. That's right. The 3rd test is about teamwork. Only with teamwork can we succeed. It seems that it is necessary to give them more confidence. Just the 2 of us are not enough. The 2 quickly realized that teamwork was the only hope for victory. Since there was a group, there would naturally be a leader. Although Yi Chen was not interested in being the leader, he could not refuse the position because it was related to passing the test. Under the recommendation of the 4 people, he became the leader of this group. Lu Ren-yi, you are responsible for assassinating one of them. After the assassination is successful, lurk again and wait for an opportunity to kill the other opponents. Du Sha, you, and Lu Ren-yi should have no problem dealing with one of them, right? Yi Chen turned to look at Du Sha. Du Sha said, "Don't worry, I only need 2 moves to finish them off." Nodding, Yi Chen said to Xiao Shui, "You don't need to get close to them. Your task is to occupy the high ground and suppress the opponents according to your judgment. As for me, I will deal with Fox King Chui Bailey and Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track Duan Fan." "What about me?" The young giant was called Ouyang Tai. "Your task is to wait. The moment the 2 groups start fighting, you will intercept the last person." Ouyang Tai was not talented in stealth and would only ruin things. Therefore, his task was the lightest. He only needed to hide and attack when the battle started. As time passed, the 5 separated by hundreds of meters. With Yi Chen as the arrowhead, they slowly moved forward. Ouyang Tai and Xiao Shui followed at the back. Buzz. Suddenly, the trial talisman lit up and the 5 human figures on the light screen disappeared. Leader, they disappeared. Lu Ren-yi's voice rang out from the trial talisman. This voice was wrapped up by the trial talisman's power and directly entered Yi Chen's ears. The rock forest was the same as the dense fog forest. It was impossible to release one's soul force. The only method of communication here was true essence sound transmission. But true essence sound transmission required one to know the other's position. This was very difficult to accomplish, but they soon discovered that the smelting trial symbol could be used to send true essence sound transmissions. Of course, they had to be in a small group. Yi Chen deduced it should be one of the hidden rules of Stone Forest. When the distance between the 2 parties is within a certain range, the trial talisman will turn off its detection function. Now, we need to slow down and be patient. After walking for a while, Yi Chen suddenly said, "Du Sha, go to my position. Xiao Shui, Ouyang Tai, be careful of the ambush from behind." Xiao Shui asked hesitantly, "You suspect that they will circle behind us? We have to be careful." Originally, with the trial talisman's detection function, they only needed to move forward. But with the trial talisman's detection function gone, They had no choice but to be careful. Team battles were ever-changing and required a strong ability to adapt to any situation. Letting Du Sha go to his position was because she was strong enough. Even if she encountered the 100-faced fox king Chui Bailey, it would be impossible for her to be instantly killed. As for him, he would move back and maintain a horizontal line with Xiao Shui and Ouyang Tai in case of a sneak attack. This way, he could attack and retreat and not be caught off guard. Leader, Du Sha quietly arrived at Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen said, "Be careful. Right now, your task is the most important. If they don't circle behind us, you will be responsible for delaying them for a while. Of course, I don't think they will take the risk to attack you without knowing who the enemy is. They will definitely be wary of the rest of us. So, if you encounter such a situation, you don't need to risk your life to fight them. Try to delay them as much as possible." Understood. Du Sha nodded. Soon, Yi Chen was 500 meters to the right of Xiao Shui. While advancing, he carefully sensed the movements behind him. After about half a cup of tea's time, the advancing speed of the 5 people slowed down. It wasn't because they sensed something, but because of the invisible killing intent. They knew that the enemy was not far from them and could attack at any time. Lu Renyi majored in shadow profound. His whole body blended into the shadows of the rocks and became indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. At this moment, there was an inaudible movement from the front left. There's movement. No, it's probably a trap. Maybe it's a doppelganger. Oh well, I can alert them. Lu Renyi's shadow split into 2. One of the shadows moved stealthily towards the source of the commotion. When it was less than 100 meters away from the source of the movement, the shadow suddenly stood up and silently flew over like a ghost. On the way, it turned into Lu Renyi's image. Ding! Both sides exchanged blows. Their speed was extremely fast. Lu Renyi endured and did not move. No, it's the real body. Suddenly, Lu Renyi's face flashed with astonishment. His shadow doppelganger did not even last for a breath's time and was directly killed by the opponent. This made him understand that it was not the opponent's doppelganger, but the opponent's real body. Without hesitation, Lu Renyi darted out, turning into countless shadows that were hard to distinguish. Over at Du Sha's side, she was being attacked by dozens of red foxes. Although these red foxes were formed from demonic energy, they possessed astonishing speed and could even breathe fire. This was the innate ability of the 100 Changes Fox King Chui Bailey. 100 foxes attack. With a wave of his palm, the red foxes were petrified one after another. Du Sha did not dare to be careless. Chui Bailey's real body must be one of the red foxes. If the opponent did not attack, it would definitely be an earth-shattering attack. Behind, Ouyang Tai's hair stood on end. There were actually 3 enemies attacking him. Could it be that the target team had circled to the back? Among these 3 people, one was Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, the other 2 were holding a spear, and the other had extraordinary leg skills. The 3 of them formed a triangle and instantly surrounded Ouyang Tai. Xiao Shui subconsciously drew his bow and shot an arrow at Duan Fan, who posed the greatest threat to Ouyang Tai. The bowstring vibrated, and 12 sharp arrows shot out, turning into 12 shadows. Puff, 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 puff. Out of the 12 sharp arrows, 4 of them pierced through Duan Fan's body. However, Xiao Shui's face turned pale. That was a doppelganger, not the real body. He had fallen into a trap. He died. Duan Fan appeared behind Xiao Shui out of nowhere, his black dagger aimed at the back of his head. Puff! The one who died was not Xiao Shui, but Duan Fan. His head flew up. The one who attacked was Yi Chen. However, this wasn't his true form. His true form was still hidden near Ouyang Tai. In the instant that Ouyang Tai was fighting with the other two, he shot out, his black dagger transforming into a black poisonous snake. The snake's tongue flicked out, and killing intent exploded out. Even with Ouyang Tai's defense, if he was hit by this attack, he would still be stunned. And once he was stunned, the two people fighting with him could kill him in an instant. Puff! This time, Duan Fan's head flew up again, blood splattering everywhere. This was his real body, and the one who attacked him was actually Yi Chun. What? Don't tell me he can teleport? Duan Fan's flying head mumbled. In the rock forest, not only could one's soul power not be released, the whole forest was also enveloped by a heavy power. In one breath, one could only travel 2 to 300 meters, which was extremely slow. Xiao Shue's current position was more than 600 meters away from here. If he wanted to come over, he would need at least 2 breaths of time. But now, not even half a breath had passed. How did the other party come over and hide so well that even he couldn't find him? He actually saw through Duan Fan's doppelganger. Then, this one must be fake. If I can kill one, I'll kill one. A figure appeared beside Xiao Shui. It was the 100 Faces Fox King, Cui Bailey. The red fox that attacked Du Sha was created by his innate ability, not his real body. Puff! After killing Yi Chen's doppelganger, Cui Bailey attacked Xiao Shui. He had absolute confidence that he could kill his opponent in one move. Arrowless shot. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shui seemed to be aware of his existence. He quickly released the bowstring, but there was no arrow on it. Bang! The invisible arrow chi obstructed Cui Bailey. For a moment, Xiao Shui took the opportunity to increase the distance between them, but in the next moment, he was blocked by another member of his opponent's team. You can't escape. Cui Bailey was expressionless. Duan Fan had been killed, which meant that they were doomed to fail. But before that, they had to drag the other party down with them, so that their team would not be able to reach the top 30. Cui Bailey, your opponent is me. A stone wall formed between Cui Bailey and Xiao Shui. Du Sha had rushed over. Me too. Lu Renyi waved his palm, and countless hidden weapons flew towards Cui Bailey. Seeing this scene, Cui Bailey was instantly disappointed. He understood that he didn't even have the qualifications to drag the other party down. Although they had 2 people on their side, they couldn't kill 3 people in a short period of time. Even Du Sha alone wouldn't be easy to deal with. On the other side, Duan Fan had been killed. The young man with the spear and the young man with the powerful leg technique had their faces ashen. Puff! Puff! Their heads fell to the ground. The 2 of them had been killed by Yi Chun in an instant. In this way, Yi Chen's side had 5 people against 2. Naturally, it was a piece of cake. Even if Cui Bailey had entered the Inata state, it wouldn't be of any use. That was close. Lu Renyi wiped his sweat. Previously, when his shadow doppelganger was killed, he thought that the other party was Duan Fan's real body. He didn't expect that it was still a doppelganger, Duan Fan's doppelganger. Then, he received a message from Yi Chun and immediately rushed over. It was indeed very close. Yi Chun nodded. There wasn't a single enemy in front of them. The other party's 5 people had all gone to the back. As for the front, only Duan Fan's doppelganger and the red fox that Cui Bailey had created with his talent ability were left behind to delay them. The other party's goal was obviously to kill Xiao Shui and Ouyang Tai in an instant. Ouyang Tai was their target. As for Xiao Shui, they would kill him if they could. If Yi Chen arrived, they would give up. However, they underestimated Yi Chen's eyesight. Yi Chen instantly sensed that Duan Fan's doppelganger was near Xiao Shui. At the same time, Cui Bailey and another person were hiding nearby. Therefore, He first created a shadow doppelganger to deal with Duan Fan's doppelganger, while his real body rushed over to Ouyang Tai's side. Of course, he had already reminded Du Sha and Lu Ren-yi to rush over to help Xiao Shui. In short, in terms of strategy, Yi Chen's side had completely lost. After all, the opponent was Cui Bailey, an extremely cunning fox king. Chapter 10:57. After killing Cui Bailey's team without any losses, Yi Chen's group was sent out of the rock forest and arrived at a fork in the road. There were 5 paths in front of them, but they were blocked by an invisible force. It was estimated that they would have to wait for the others to arrive before the blockade could be lifted. Mr. Yi. There was only one group that was faster than Yi Chen's group. This group was led by the evil-looking young man. Lan Xian was also among them. Seeing Yi Chen appear, she hurried over. "You guys are quite fast," Yi Chen said. Lan Xian glanced at the evil-looking young man in the distance and said, "Actually, I didn't play much of a role. We have the illusionist of death, Ji Chengyue. His illusions have reached the realm of perfection." The 5 people in the target group were all under his illusions. Illusionist of death, Ji Chengyue, ranked 15th on the Sky King list, was the #1 illusionist of the younger generation in the Vermilion Bird Star region. It was said that his illusions had reached the realm of being able to be released from his heart. He could attach his illusions to others, and once touched, they would suffer the backlash of the illusions. If a team had an illusionist, the strength of the team would increase by at least 1 level. If they had a top illusionist like Ji Chengyue, the strength of the team would undoubtedly multiply. This person is dangerous. Although he is ranked 15th, the top 10 could only win by a hair's breadth. Now that 3 years have passed, his level of danger is no less than that of the top 5. Du Sha explained to Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Illusionists were indeed very dangerous people. They could easily win against people who were stronger than them, but they could also lose to people who were slightly weaker than them. It all depended on how much resistance you had against illusions and whether or not you could break the opponent's illusions. If you could not, then you would be trapped in the illusions and would be nothing more than a fish on the chopping board. Soon, the 3rd team that passed the test appeared. The team leader was Master Si Suo, ranked 77th on the Sky King list. In the field of illusions in the Vermilion Bird Star region, only Ji Chengyue could beat him. It was said that his illusions could control the 5 senses. Lu Wenxiu, Bai Li Huan, Black-Feathered Leopard King, Qiao Erlang. Basically, all the geniuses on the Sky King list had passed in their groups. Only the Dark Destruction King, Zhou Jian, had not passed. "I'm afraid Zhou Jian won't make it this time." Qiao Erlang shook his head. Du Sha said, "Zhou Jian's strength is incomparably great, and his aura is unrivaled by mine. However, it is also because of this that he is obstinate and self-opinionated. He likes to be straightforward and thinks that his own strength is enough to solve everything. If my guess is correct, he will definitely want to use a head-on battle to finish off his opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent will not do as he wishes. If he wants to pass this stage, he can only let the more intelligent person in the group become the team leader and listen to his commands." Just as Du Sha had said, Zhou Jian had almost fallen into a desperate situation. In the beginning, he was the team leader. His plan was to go all out and ignore everything else. However, what he did not expect was that the other party did not fight them head-on at all. First, they used doppelgangers and fake bodies to attract their team's strength, then killed 2 of their members from the side, and finally retreated calmly. Facing Zhou Jian, who had almost gone berserk, of the remaining 2 people, the more intelligent and calm young man, disregarding the possibility of angering Zhou Jian, suggested to the other party that he be the team leader and listen to his commands. Otherwise, they would all be eliminated, including Zhou Jian. Although Zhou Jian was conceited, he had lost 2 of his team members. No matter how conceited he had to admit that he was not good at scheming. In other words, he was too lazy to use his brain. Forcefully suppressing his anger, Zhou Jian agreed to the other party's suggestion. In the end, Zhou Jian's group of 3 passed. Their ranking was very dangerous, 29th place. The 30th place group also lost 2 members, so they passed slightly slower than them. Out of the 30 groups, 12 groups were unharmed, 15 groups lost 1 member, and 3 groups lost 2 members. In total, there were 129 people. In just 3 stages, the number of people from the Vermilion Bird star field had dropped from 15,000 to 129. The elimination rate was shocking. No one knew what the 4th stage was going to be. There were 5 paths leading to the 4th stage. On the wooden sign, it was written that any one of the paths could lead to the 4th stage. The difference was that the 5 paths represented 5 different 4th stages. 5 different 4th stages. So, it's possible to choose a trial that you're not good at, or you can choose a trial that you're good at. Lu Wenxiu's words hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, everyone nodded in their hearts. Indeed, the trial of God wasn't just a test of martial strength. Otherwise, there would be no need to create so many stages. Just a simple martial arts competition would do. The 1st stage tested survival ability, the 2nd stage tested willpower, and the 3rd stage tested teamwork. As for the 4th stage, it was likely that it wouldn't be simple either. I hope I can choose the 4th stage that I'm not good at. Lu Wenxiu smiled lightly and walked toward the 4th path. 5 paths, but there is only one. The 5 paths seemed to lead them to face different 4th trials, but what difference did it make? No matter what the 4th trial was, they had to challenge it. This was something that would not change. If they were hesitant when faced with 5 paths that led to the unknown, it meant that their hearts were not firm enough. Yichen walked toward the middle path, which was the 3rd path. Lan Xianer thought about it and didn't choose to walk with Yi Chun. If she wanted to be independent, she had to learn to be independent. Just as Yi Chun had said, relying on others wouldn't last long. She could only rely on herself. There were many people on the Heaven King list who chose the same path as Yi Chun, such as the 24th ranked Black Feathered Leopard King, the 42nd ranked Great Axe Qiao Erlang, and the 48th ranked Beautiful Snake Tusha. Of course, there were even more elite geniuses who weren't on the Heaven King list. There were 20 to 30 of them. At the end of the path was a huge palace. The palace had 4 doors that led to 4 different paths. Yi Chen's group had come from the southern path. Before entering the palace, they could already hear noises coming from inside. Hey, there are voices inside. It seems that the 4th stage is to meet up with people from the other 3 major star fields. Tusha said. Qiao Erlang smiled. That's more interesting. The Black Feathered Leopard King nodded. That's right. It's best if we can meet the Strange Wolf King. Let's see who's faster. Stepping forward, Yi Chen's group entered the palace through the southern path. Hua! The moment they appeared, they became the center of attention. Countless gazes came from the east, west, and north. Some were curious, some were disdainful, and some were cold. The people from the Vermilion Bird star field are here, but they don't seem to have any strong experts. There are only 3 people on the Heaven King list. Not bad. At least it's better than the Black Tortoise star field. There are only 2 people on the Heaven King list, and less than 20 people passed. The ones who spoke were the elites from the Azure Dragon and White Tiger star fields. It was common knowledge that among the 4 major star fields, the Azure Dragon star field was the strongest. The White Tiger star field was slightly inferior, but in terms of top experts, they weren't inferior to the Azure Dragon star field. The second was the Vermilion Bird star field, and the weakest was the Black Tortoise star field. The Black Tortoise star field had always been at the bottom. Damn it, just wait and see. This time, our black tortoise star field will shine. In the northern area, the black tortoise star field's elites were indignant. This was a huge arena with 10 arenas on it. Each arena was a few hundred square miles. The area of the arena was shocking. Around the arena were stands for the east, west, south, and north. The Vermilion Bird Star field's platform corresponded to the southern viewing platform. Arriving at the southern viewing platform, Xiao Erlang commented, "The Azure Dragon Star field is indeed worthy of its reputation. There are more than 50 people, almost twice our number." The Black Feather Leopard King added, "The White Tiger Star field is not weak either. They also have more than 40 people." From the number of people who passed, one could tell the strength of each star field. The Azure Dragon Star field had slightly more people than the White Tiger Star field, roughly on the same level. The Vermilion Bird Star field and the Black Tortoise Star field were roughly on the same level. However, the Vermilion Bird Star field and the Black Tortoise Star field combined were only equal to one White Tiger Star field or one Azure Dragon Star field. This was the difference. With the arrival of Yi Chen's group, everyone's trial talismans lit up, displaying the fourth stage's rules on the light screen. The fourth stage's rules were simple. 10 battle stages, 10 battle stage masters. The one who could last until the end would pass. However, everyone had one chance to be eliminated. In other words, after you were defeated in a challenge, you still had another chance to challenge the other battle stage masters. If you failed the second challenge, you would be eliminated when there were only 10 people left. In other words, 10 battle stage masters. The fourth stage would end. Only 10 people can pass. Du Sha's expression turned solemn. There were a total of 150 people present, but in the end, only 10 of them would pass. The other 140 would be eliminated. Be careful. Yi Chen cautioned. That's right. Xiao Erlang nodded. Including Yi Chen, they had 4 Heaven King list participants on their side, but the Azure Dragon Starfield had even more, a total of 8, 7 from the White Tiger Starfield, and 2 from the Black Tortoise Starfield. In total, there were 21 participants competing for 10 spots. One could imagine how difficult it would be. More than half of them would be eliminated. This did not include those powerful geniuses who were not ranked on the Heaven King list. For example, Yi Chen was strong enough to challenge the Black Destruction King, Zhou Jian, but he was not ranked on the Heaven King list. Who knew if there would be someone on the same level as Yi Chen? No, even if there was someone slightly weaker than him, it was already terrifying. 10 spots, is it? That's a little challenging. The Azure Dragon, Starfield's side, also fell silent. Although they were strong, it was impossible for them to occupy all 10 spots, not even 5. The White Tiger Starfield was not much weaker than them. The Vermilion Bird, Starfield, and Black Tortoise Starfield combined were equivalent to one White Tiger Starfield. In this case, according to the probability, they could only occupy 1/3 of the spots. In other words, 3 or 4 spots. The others would be eliminated. Chapter 1058. 1. All of a sudden, 10 people were teleported onto the stage by an invisible force. 2 from the Azure Dragon Starfield, 3 from the White Tiger Starfield, 3 from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, and 2 from the Black Tortoise Starfield. From the looks of it, whoever was chosen would be the winner. There was no room for discussion. However, this was good as well. No one was willing to be the stage master from the start, unless they were extremely confident in themselves. So unlucky, the first person to be chosen is the stage master. The first one to be the stage master will be eliminated the fastest. Fine, I want to see how many rounds I can last. The 10 people who were forcibly chosen as the stage masters had different expressions on their faces, but they soon regained their composure. Since they were already here, there was nothing to worry about. Ha! I am the Azure Dragon Starfield's Yang Dingcheng. Everyone says that the Black Tortoise Starfield attaches great importance to defense. I want to see if my Azure Dragon sky-crushing hand can break through your defense. Yang Dingcheng's strength wasn't considered high. Among the 50-plus Azure Dragon Starfield experts present, he ranked at most in the top 20. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to pass, Yang Dingcheng decided to give it his all. At the last moment, he wanted to shine with his own brilliance so that others would remember him. So, in a flicker, Yang Dingcheng appeared on the fourth stage. The person standing on the stage was an elite genius from the Black Tortoise Starfield. This person had a stocky build, exuding a steady aura. One look, and anyone could tell he was the defensive type. I am Zhang Wu. Seeing Yang Dingcheng come up, Zhang Wu cupped his fists. Enough nonsense, take this. Yang Dingcheng roared like a tiger, leaping into the air and striking out with his palm. As his palm struck out, an azure dragon condensed from his true essence rushed out. Giant spirit palm. Like Yang Dingcheng, Zhang Wu specialized in palm techniques. Facing Yang Dingcheng's azure dragon sky-crushing hand, he neither dodged nor dodged. The muscles on his right hand squirmed, expanding to several meters in length as he met the attack head-on. Rumble! The berserk energy radiated in all directions, forcing Zhang Wu to retreat a dozen steps, leaving a dozen shallow footprints on the arena floor. Yang Dingcheng somersaulted in the air, dissipating the force of the impact. Then, like an azure dragon, he sent out another palm strike towards Zhang Wu. Just like that, one on the ground, the other in the air, like a soaring dragon. The two of them fought fiercely. Azure Dragon, Soul, Lock. After dozens of moves, Yang Dingcheng displayed his ultimate move. A vivid and lifelike Zhen Yuan Azure Dragon coiled around Zhang Wu's body. Yang Dingcheng grabbed out with his hand, and Zhang Wu's entire body exploded. When he reappeared, he was already below the stage. The structure of this Zhen Yuan Azure Dragon is too strong. It's like a real body. Zhang Wu still had a lingering fear in his heart. There were strong and weak things formed from Zhen Yuan or one's own energy. The strong ones had a natural and reasonable structure, while the weak ones only had the form, just like the difference between a diamond and carbon. I have dissected a few inferior dragons before. I am very clear about their structure. Being entangled by my Zhen Yuan Azure Dragon is no different from being entangled by an inferior dragon of the same level. Yang Dingcheng smiled. Yang Dingcheng, Yan Daxiong challenge you. Their own Starfield's genius was defeated, losing his position as the stage lord. Some people from the Black Tortoise Starfield couldn't sit still. Most of them were destined to be eliminated if they didn't challenge now. When would they? Challengers also appeared on other stages. The identities of these challengers were generally different from the stage lord. For example, if the stage lord was from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, then the challengers were definitely not from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, but from the other three Starfields. The Azure Dragon Starfield and White Tiger Starfield had the most challengers, thus forming a cycle. For example, the stage lord was originally from the Vermilion Bird Starfield, but he was defeated by a genius from another Starfield. No matter what, his own Starfield had to retaliate. Of course, those who challenged at the beginning were those who thought they couldn't pass. Only a small number of Heavenly King ranking experts actually challenged. Other than that, there was a special rule in the fourth stage. Once a challenger failed, they had to challenge again within a quarter of an hour. They were not allowed to continue watching. In this way, more and more people were eliminated. Roughly 2 hours later, the number of eliminated people had reached 120. Other than the 10 stage lords, the Azure Dragon Starfield had 7 people, the White Tiger Starfield had 6, the Vermilion Bird Starfield had 4, and the White Tiger Starfield had 3. Stage number 1 will be occupied by me, Akiji King. Finally, a powerful heavenly king, ranked expert, made his move. He was the Azure Dragon Starfield's Akiji King, ranked 13th on the Heavenly King list. Among those present on the Heavenly King list, he was ranked 3rd, second only to another expert from the Azure Dragon Starfield and another expert from the White Tiger Starfield. Stage number 1 forfeits. Dusha shook her head, and risking his life against Akiji King is unwise. Let him stay on stage number 1. The Black Feather Leopard King nodded. Leave him to me. Before the 3 people's astonished gazes, Yi Chun leaped onto stage number 1 in a flicker. Once Yi Chun makes his move, stage number 1 is in the bag. Once Akiji King is defeated within a quarter of an hour, we should not become the other stage lords, lest we become Akiji King's target. Dusha had seen Yi Chen's moves in the rock forest, even the powerful ghost shadow perplexing steps Duan Fan, and the 100-face fox King Chui Bailey were killed with a single sword strike. His elusive figure and unpredictable sword speed all told Dusha that Yi Chen's strength was beyond her imagination. Akiji King is ranked 13th on the Heavenly King list. It shouldn't be so easy to defeat him, although I also think that Yi Chun is very strong. The Black Feather Leopard King said. Qiao Erlang said, Akiji King is the king of body refinement. In the past 3 years, he must have made great progress and may not lose to the top 10 figures. However, in comparison, like Dusha, I am more optimistic about Yi Chun. Yi Chen's challenge to Akiji King made many people curious. He actually dares to challenge Akiji King. He is simply reckless. Akiji King's demon dragon killing fist can penetrate a huge star of 100,000 miles, which is many times more powerful than a simple star shattering. If my guess is right, Akiji King must have refined 30% of the monster factor and entered the demon monster realm. The remaining geniuses of the Azure Dragon Star area were talking about it, full of confidence in Akiji King. No, Akiji King is in danger. The one who spoke was standing at the forefront, a tall, cold, and elegant young woman in a blue dress. Green Lightning King, why do you say that? If it was someone else who said this, they would definitely be dismissive and even ridiculed. But the one who spoke was none other than Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue, who ranked the highest in the Heaven King list. Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue, ranked 4th on the Heaven King list, had the Thunderwater astral body. Although the astral body was rare, there were still some in the universe. Unfortunately, the astral body had always been slightly inferior to others. Although each of them was an expert, it was difficult to overwhelm everyone. But Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue was different. Not only did she have the Thunderwater astral body, but her comprehension was also extremely high, not inferior to anyone. The 4th place on the Heaven King list was the best proof. It is impossible for him not to know Akiji King's ranking, but he still dared to challenge him. He must have a certain degree of confidence. Gu Qingxue said lightly, Green Lightning King, this is just your guess. Maybe he is too confident and wants to use the battle record of defeating Akiji King to make a name for himself. It was difficult for everyone to accept that an unknown swordsman had the combat power to compete with Akiji King, although this thing had not happened yet. Whether it is or not, we will soon know. No need to say more. Gu Qingxue did not intend to explain. Finally, there is an interesting battle. In the stands where the White Tiger Star field was located, a woman with platinum hair that fell to her calves smiled faintly. Her facial features were sharp, giving people an unusually sharp feeling. Platinum, which Qi Hongyan ranked ninth on the Heaven King list. On the first ring, Akiji King grinned. You actually dare to challenge me. I don't know whether to say that you are brave or reckless. Well, you don't seem to be weak. It should be able to relax my muscles and not be too boring. I advise you to stay vigilant. Otherwise, the battle will be over soon. Yichen said without drawing his sword. If you have the ability, you can try. Frowning, Akiji King's eyes were slightly cold. Patter, patter. Footsteps sounded, and Yichen walked step by step toward the opponent. What's going on? Is this guy crazy? Yi Chen's action not only surprised Akiji King, but also surprised the people in the stands. You've angered me. Akiji King had never been looked down upon so much. With a flash, Akiji King disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already on the side of Yi Chen. The muscles of his right hand wriggled, and his nail sword turning into a terrible demonic claw, and fiercely grabbed Yi Chen's chest. So fast, the spectators only felt a blur in their eyes, and Akiji King appeared beside Yi Chen. Die! Akiji King roared. Boom! It was not Yi Chen who was injured, but Akiji King. His right cheek was dented, and a large amount of blood and teeth splashed from his mouth that could not be closed. His eyes bulged, full of disbelief. The next moment, Akiji King flew out and hit the protective shield of the first ring, unable to get up for a long time. I told you to be extremely vigilant. Yichen shook his head. His opponent's actions just now were extremely stupid. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. His opponent should have known this. Even if he was a nobody, he should not have been this careless and started fighting in close combat. Akiji King was actually sent flying. When did he make a move? I don't know. I can't feel whether he made a move or not. The sound of gasping was heard, and the black-feathered leopard king and Xiao Erlang looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Although Du Sha was used to it, she was still very surprised because she also did not see when Yi Chen made a move. In the rock forest, Yi Chen did not seem to go all out, and it was estimated that he only played a small part of his strength. Green Lightning King Gu Qingxue and Platinum, which Qi Hongyan, both had extremely dignified eyes. This was a very dangerous person. In his ordinary body, he had the power to tear the world. Chapter 10:59. Roar. An inhuman roar came out of Akiji King's throat. He supported himself with his hands on the ground and slowly straightened his body, staring at Yi Chen with his beastly eyes. You will regret that you didn't take the opportunity to defeat me. Akiji King said coldly. Yi Chen said, I can defeat you now. I won't give you a chance. Roar. Akiji King roared again. His eyes changed into the shape of a beast again. His body grew about 2/3 taller, and 3 spikes extended from his back. Each of these 3 spikes emitted a cyan halo, like a divine weapon inserted in his back. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, making him look like a demon. But soon, this terrifying aura was restrained and did not spread out. Akiji King's body instantly turned dark cyan, and his skin was as smooth as a dark cyan gem, glowing with a cold luster. It's similar to the second stage of Selfless Realm, Selfless Body. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Demon Beast Realm. Akiji King has entered the Demon Beast Realm. The Demon Beast Realm belongs to the selfless realm of demon beasts. This realm does not need to rely on squeezing cell potential. It only needs to refine the demon beast factor. It is well known that the human form is the best fighting form. Of course, this human form does not only refer to human beings, but also humanoid creatures. Although demonic beasts were incomparably powerful in the early stages, the further they progressed, the less advantages they had, until they were at a disadvantage. This was because demonic beasts were too big, or in other words, too rough. In terms of power control, they were far inferior to their human form. Even if they transformed into humans, they were still demonic beasts in essence, and power control was never their strong suit. However, they could refine their demonic beast essence to refine their body and power. Refining demonic beast essence was to refine their demonic beast essence into pure power, allowing them to gradually evolve into humans. Because the power of demon beasts is too strong, once they refine too much demon beast factor, their power will even surpass that of human beings. Therefore, there is no need to squeeze cell potential. Their cell potential is so strong that there is no need to squeeze it. Aokiji King had refined 1/3 of the monster beast factor. In terms of realm, it was equivalent to the second stage of the selfless state, the selfless heavenly eye or the selfless body. However, it seemed that Aokiji King had taken the path of the selfless body. Legend has it that when a demon beast successfully refined all the demon beast genes in their body, they would forever be fixed in human form. This realm was called Sky Demon. Demonic light cannon. Aokiji King seemed to be a bit afraid of Yi Chen's attacking speed. Even if he had entered the demonic beast realm, he did not dare to get too close. From afar, he raised both of his hands repeatedly, and beams of dark blue light shot out from his palms. This dark blue light was formed by extremely compressed beast power, which was unbelievably powerful. Before entering the demonic beast realm, he would not be able to use it so easily. Swish, 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 swish. Yi Chen's figure flashed continuously. Because his speed was too fast, and his strength was too ingenious, sometimes he advanced, sometimes he retreated, sometimes he slowed down, and sometimes he sped up. This caused more and more Yi Chens to appear in the arena. In the end, there were hundreds of Yi Chens, causing the audience to be dumbfounded. This is the selfless heavenly eye realm. Someone said uncertainly, but after entering the selfless state, won't his pupils change color? His pupils are still black. Silver was a cold and ruthless color. After entering the selfless state, in the state of selfless, the pupils would turn silver, and further to the selfless heavenly eye realm, the pupils would be silver with gold. Gold was a symbol of nobility and rationality. Why can't I hit him at all? Aokiji King was full of astonishment. This demonic light cannon was very powerful compared to ordinary elite geniuses, but he did not think it could do anything to Yi Chen. However, as long as he was hit, he could make the opponent reveal a flaw, and then he could use the more powerful demon dragon killing fist to injure the opponent. Whatever, demon dragon killing fist. The color of Aokiji King's body quickly faded, from dark cyan to light cyan, and his right arm and right fist were dyed black by a large amount of dark cyan. Boom! Aokiji King punched at Yi Chen, and a dazzling black light erupted, faintly taking the form of a black dragon. Although this black dragon was not very distinct, it was brimming with brutality. It was more than 10 times more powerful than Yang Dingqing's Azure Dragon Sky-Shattering Hand. Anything in front of it would be swept away. The first stage of the selfless state is to stimulate one's own potential and then use it effectively. The second stage of the selfless state, the selfless body, is to transfer the potential to any part of the body at will, brewing and erupting, exerting even more terrifying power. The selfless state of the demon beasts is definitely different from that of humans, but the principle is roughly the same. Yi Chen did not know much about the demon beast realm, but he quickly saw that the demon beast realm and the selfless body had a certain degree of similarity. They both gathered potential in a certain place and brewed for an eruption. For example, Aokiji King's demon dragon killing fist gathered a large amount of potential in his right arm and right fist, bursting out in the form of 3 stacks. However, without 4 stacks, it is still a fabrication. The demon dragon killing fist was much more powerful than the third stacks, approaching the fourth stacks. But it was still a bit weaker than the latter. Opening his right hand's 5 fingers, Yichun directly grabbed the black dragon's head. Puff! The black dragon's explosion could not cause any damage to Yichun. What? Akiji King's mouth opened wide, his face full of shock. He was at the fourth sky of life and death realm. After entering the demon beast realm, the energy inside his body had increased drastically. After brewing for an eruption, it was equivalent to the fifth sky of life and death realm, which was 2 whole heavens higher than his opponent. With such a high foundation, even if he was weaker in other aspects, his opponent should not have been able to break through the demon dragon killing fist so easily. After all, he was not an ordinary person, but a 1 in a billion genius. The chances of him being defeated by someone with a higher cultivation realm was very low, not to mention 2 whole heavens above him. With his palm numb, Yichun felt a bit strained. His opponent's demon dragon killing fist was a bit weaker than the fourth stacks, and his 5 elements palm sword was not an ordinary fourth stacks. It was an attack based on the fourth stacks, which was much more powerful than the ordinary fourth stacks. However, his opponent's foundation was indeed much higher than his. Relying on the 5 elements palm sword alone would not be enough to beat him. Clang! Yichun unsheathed the demon slaughtering sword. "You are qualified for me to unsheath my sword," Yichun said indifferently. "Damn it!" Akiji King roared and launched another demon dragon killing fist. This fist seemed to have exhausted all of his potential, and his strength had reached a limit. Autumn water. Autumn water might not be as powerful as the 5 elements palm sword, but it was still a top-grade profound sword move. After the metal profound and water profound had both entered perfection, this move was not only powerful, but also gave off a dreamy feeling. For a moment, specks of moonlight shattered, and Yi Chen's figure swept past Akiji King's body. Puchi, Akiji King's head was thrown high into the air. However, Akiji King's demon dragon killing fist didn't even touch Yi Chen. Instead, it bombarded the arena's protective cover, producing a loud explosion. In the next moment, Akiji King's figure appeared below the arena. The rules of the God Test field were special. As long as one's vitals were hit, they would immediately leave the arena. After all, when one condensed a new body, the opponent could completely annihilate one's body. The birth of multiple stacks made it impossible for life and death experts to have an undying body. Unless one was like Yi Chen, every cell contained a powerful will. In that case, the cells would not be easily destroyed. Akiji King lost. He actually defeated the 13th ranked Akiji King. Just what is his background? At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Yi Chen had undoubtedly become an insurmountable existence. He was like a mountain standing on the first arena. Akiji King had failed once. Within a quarter of an hour, he had to challenge other arena lords. Otherwise, he would be directly eliminated. In the end, Akiji King became the 3rd arena lord. He was a bit worried that White Tiger Starfield's platinum, which would come to challenge him. Although he was not afraid, that was under normal circumstances. He could not afford to fail now. Once he failed, he would be eliminated and lose the chance to enter the 5th stage. As Akiji King became the champion of the 3rd ring, Du Sha also became the champion of the 5th ring, and Xiao Erlang became the champion of the 7th ring. Vermilion Bird Starfield has occupied too many quotas. They need to be suppressed. Azure Dragon Starfield sent out a Heavenly King ranking expert who was ranked higher than Xiao Erlang and defeated him. Helpless, Xiao Erlang went to challenge the 9th arena lord, but he ultimately failed and was completely eliminated. Subsequently, Du Sha was also challenged. Her opponent was a heavenly king, ranking expert of White Tiger, Starfield. His ranking was a dozen ranks higher than Du Sha's, and he was called Thunderbolt King Tang Lin. Don't look down on me. Du Sha burst out with a super powerful battle power. Although she had not reached the demonic beast realm, she had refined nearly 1/3 of her demonic beast essence. Her arms could grow without any restrictions, as if they had no bones. Her right hand was a snake head, and her left hand was a sharp snake tail. Once her opponent's protective Zhenyuan was hit, he would be petrified immediately. After dozens of exchanges, Du Sha tore apart her opponent's protective Zhenyuan and defeated him. Next, the Black Feathered Leopard King could not help but challenge the second arena. On the second arena, the Black Feathered Leopard King was everywhere. His speed was unimaginably fast, and he kept adding wounds to his opponent's body. On the 99th attack, the Black Feathered Leopard King tore off his opponent's head. At this point, there were only a dozen people left in the palace. Excluding the 10 arena lords on the arenas, there were only a few people left in the stands. They were Azure Lightning King Gu Qingxue from Azure Dragon Starfield, Platinum Witch Qi Hongyan from White Tiger Starfield, and a dark-skinned youngster from Black Tortoise Starfield. Brat, why don't you go? Qi Hongyan looked at the dark-skinned youngster. I'll wait for you guys to go first. The dark-skinned youngster bashfully smiled. Forget it. Big sister won't bully you. I'll go first. Qi Hongyan did not dare to look down on the dark-skinned youngster. Everyone present had the appearance of a young man in their 20s. However, the dark-skinned youngster had the appearance of a teenager looking 16 or 17. This meant that his cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, and he should have entered life and death realm at the age of 25. Of course, this did not mean that the dark-skinned youngster was younger than everyone present. Perhaps he was already nearing 40 years old.